자, 오늘 오리엔트 특급 살인 아마 엔딩까지 할 것 같고요. 어제 목 상태가 안 좋아서 중간에 껐었는데 뭐 오늘이라고 목 상태가 그때보다 낫진 않은 것 같아요. 더 안 좀 안 좋았지. 그래도 일단은 진통제 먹으면서 좀 해보면 되지 않을까? 어제 너무 빨리 끝내서 해봅시다. 뭐였지? 뭐 하라 그랬었지? 여기서? 얘가 부검해줘.
How is Mademoiselle Locke, Doctor?
Her vital signs are improving, but she is still unconscious.
I understand. Thank you for looking after her.
로크가 얘죠. 로크. 일단 뭐 해야 되는지 한번 보자. 로크와 레치 사이에 무슨 연관이 있었을까? 레치 쓰레기통에 있던 데이지 인형 사진. 이거. 로크는 경찰이다. 오. 아. 그럼 그 살인범이랑 레치시랑 연관이 있었나 보네. 열차 승객들을 신문해야 된다. 신문 안 한 사람들이 많죠. 일단 하러 가보자. 여기 다시 오기 귀찮으니까 아마 근데 뒤쪽에는 없을걸. 이쪽에는 없을 거고. 절로 가자. 그 레스토랑 칸까지 가면서 방들 다 확인하면서 가보자. 우리가 지금 제일 빨리 만나야 되는 애가 그 대위 녀석. 여기가 내 방. 여기 살인 나는 거. 여기가 옆에 있는 그 뭐였더라? 허버드 부인? 허드슨? 머시기.
Most of the passengers pass by the bar during the day. They eat, drink, write. Maybe I can use this information for my investigation.
좋고. 오른손잡이랑 왼손잡이 구분할 최선의 방법. 승객 정보에는 안 써져 있을 거고. 그렇지. 관찰해달라고 하면 좀 낫지.
Yes, it could work. He appears to be an observant young man and serves the passengers regularly.
좋고. 대놓고 물어보기.
Not good.
아님 말고 글 좀 써주세요. 대부분은 글 쓰는 손이 주로 쓰는
If I
손이니까.
ask them to write something trivial, they may do
근데 아직
it
살인 사건 일어난지도 모르는
instinctively
사람들이 많지
with their
않나?
dominant
이 안에.
hand.
왼손잡이 찾아내는 방법.
Adequate.
어느 손을 썼는지 파악해볼게.
Yes, I will remember which people use their right or left hand.
근데 이런 게 약간 어떻게 보면 좀 지루해질 수도 있는 부분인데 얘가 어떤 식으로 추리하는지 뜬금없는 추리가 나오지가 않으니까 좋은 것 같아. 일단
Mademoiselle Debenham, I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
나 어젯밤
Let's start with your movements last night.
There's little to tell. I went to bed and slept.
Did you
DB
know the
잤는데요.
man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
살인 사건 일어난
Did
거
you
이제 다
notice
알아보네.
anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed dark.
주소.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
오른손잡이.
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed. Do you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went
맞아.
to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
I remember glancing at the clock. She left our room just after 10:30 p.m.
Was she away for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
5분.
That confirms what Madame Hubbard told me. Do you
흡연자.
smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
비흡연자고. 붉은
Do you
기모노요?
own a scarlet
기모노.
nightgown?
기모노는
it isn't
일본
mine.
옷이잖아.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say,
아,
it isn't mine. Meaning that you know who it
말꼬투리를
belongs to. Am
잡아버리네.
I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a long time. I opened the door and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono some way down the corridor. Her back was turned. It was impossible
그거
to see who it
여자였지
was.
않나?
I
그죠.
understand.
우리도 봤잖아 새벽에.
Thank you for your assistance, mademoiselle.
얘를 떠놓게.
Mademoiselle, I am sorry to disturb you, but I need to ask you a few questions.
Are you the investigator?
I am.
근데 이분이 좀 무섭게
We are
생겼어.
lucky you are on the train.
너무 무서워.
What do
저거 봐.
you want to know?
어제 뭐
I
하셨죠?
hear, mademoiselle, that you were the last person to see the murdered man alive.
I do not know. It
아,
may be so. I opened the door of his compartment by mistake. I was much ashamed. It was a most awkward mistake.
You actually.
아니 호시를 너무
Yeah. He was reading a book.
책 읽고
And
있었다.
what did you do after that, mademoiselle?
I went into the American lady,
허버드
Mrs.
맞고
Hubbard. I asked her for some
아스피린.
aspirin, and she gave it to me. I usually carry extra aspirin for the refugees, but I gave mine to a camp in Turkey. They needed it more than me.
아 난민들 주려고 여기서 챙긴 거야? 뭐 스웨덴 사람이지 않을까?
Et voilà.
말투가 막 이탈리아 이런 느낌은 아니었어.
Did Mrs. Hubbard ask you whether the communicating door between her compartment and that of Monsieur Ratchet was bolted?
Yes,
And was it?
yes.
뭐야?
And after that, what did you do?
After that, I went back to my compartment, took the aspirin, and lay down. That was around 10
10시
p.m.
50분쯤에 아스피린 먹고 잠들었다.
Is there anyone else in your compartment?
Yeah, a young English lady. Very nice.
영국어가 심해온
Very
방금 전에 그
amiable.
여잔가?
After the train left Vinkovsky, did she leave the compartment?
No, I am sure she did not.
Why are you so sure if you were
그니까.
asleep?
I sleep very lightly. I am used to waking at a sound.
어.
I am sure that if she had come down from the berth above, I should have.
말투는 되게 착한데 너무 무섭다.
You yourself.
아,
left
예비군
the
끝났다고?
compartment.
예비군
Not until this
끝났어요.
morning.
오. 예비군이 아예 끝난 겁니까? 오, 축하드립니다. 진짜 귀찮은 건데. 저도 올해 끝났는데 정말 귀찮았다. 그래도 우리는 코로나 덕분에 예비군 그렇게 막 빡세지는 않았던 것 같아. 우리 타임쯤은. 아무튼 3개월 구독 까마나르코님 너무 감사드리고요. 예비군 끝난 거 굉장히 축하드립니다. 너무 축하드립니다. 아 그리고 오늘 방송 텐션이 좀 낮을 수 있습니다. 목 상태가 뭐 어제보다 조금 더 안 좋아진 것 같아서 일단 지금 진통제를 먹긴 먹었는데 그래도 목 상태는 어쩔 수가 없구만. 아무튼 너무 감사드립니다.
Do you have a scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?
No, indeed.
밖에서
I
복도에
have a
기모노
good,
입고
comfortable
돌아다니던
dressing gown of Jaeger material.
예거 재질은 뭐야? 오빠에는 딴지를 우리 채팅방에 오빠라고 얘기하는 사람이 참 많아. 남잔데 오빠라고 하는 사람이 많아서 그래서 이제는 좀 너무 익숙해져 버렸어. 아 오빠? 그렇지 나 오빠지 이런 느낌이야 이제.
Do you
나 오빠였지,
smoke,
맞지?
mademoiselle?
No,
반갑습니다.
I can't stand the smell of tobacco.
담배는 싫어.
Perhaps you will be so amiable as to write me down your address.
오른손잡인지 왼손잡인지 보자. 오른손잡이죠.
Mademoiselle Olsen is indeed right-handed. This
확인.
was a very interesting conversation, mademoiselle. I thank you.
If you have any other questions, I'll
아니
be
뭔가
in my
말투가
compartment.
사근사근 착한데
Good luck,
좀
Mr.
무섭다
Poirot.
생긴 게. 싸우면 질 것 같아. 왜 이렇게 무섭지? 가자. 모순? 모순이라고? 대원엄이 잠을 잤다 그랬다. 이거 왜 뭔데 그래? 오잉? 아스피린 먹고 자서 그런 거 아니야? 다 프링글스?
Strange, this story.
이게 약간 이때 당시 신사들은 다 저수염을 하고 있어서 그런 거
Such a
아닐까?
light sleeper. Why didn't
옛날
she tell me
그
about Mademoiselle Debenham getting out of
세계대전
bed?
전에 있던
She even
신사분들은
made a point to tell me
영국 신사들
the
다
opposite. That
그런가 봐.
was easy.
근데 이거는 현대 배경이에요. 물론 실제 소설은 그때 배경이고. 하버드 오른손.
Adequate.
오른손.
Good job. My little grey cells did not let me
잘난
down.
척. 흡연자는 누구? 얘 흡연자였나?
Are you a smoker?
No, definitely not.
뭐야 물어. 아니 이럴 거면은 그냥 알려줘.
Fantastic.
됐고.
Are you a smoker?
얘 흡연자.
Indeed.
Yes.
전자담배는 아니었어. 얘도 흡연자.
Well done.
얘도 흡연자.
Right. Et voilà.
voilà. 일단은 오케이.
I'll keep an eye on them
뭐야?
instead. I'll observe her instead.
오른손. 오른손. 죄다 오른손잡이.
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course.
왼손잡이를
How can
찾아야
I
되거든.
help?
It is, of course, about the murder of Monsieur Ratchet.
얘들은 사람이
Can
죽었는데 근데 왜
you
이렇게
tell me
편안하냐?
your movements last night?
I
자기가
understand.
대화하고 있는 사람이 살인범일
Yesterday
수도 있고.
evening, I took a break at Vinkovsky station with Hotaru. We then went to our quarters in the staff accommodations,
직원구요.
a section of the luggage car. Freya was there reading, and I went to bed right after. Freya is there now, I think, and Hotaru is in the kitchen.
호타루는 주방에 있다.
They can verify my story.
What time was this?
11:30 p.m.
밤
or a
11시
bit
반.
after. The snow is beginning to fall heavily.
I see. Thank you.
일단 오케이.
Can you write your address on this paper, please?
You want to pay me a visit?
Who knows, Monsieur Fauché?
오른손잡이. 어이 다
He is
오른손잡이야.
right-handed, there can be no doubt.
Are you a smoker?
I'm trying to quit, but yes. I'm now down
일주일에
to
한 가?
just
와,
one pack
진짜
of cigarettes a
조금
week. If you're looking for a heavy smoker, you should talk to Hotaru.
호타루가 꼴초다. 오케이.
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
호타루는 꼴초. 여긴 뭐. 근데 왜 우리 대위가 안 보이죠? 자꾸. 여기 있나? 아니 그 대위가 없다.
So, Poirot,
얘
I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
이상한데.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I'll report to you as soon as I can.
일단 호타루한테 가보자. 너 뭐 잘못 먹었니? 왜 그래? 왜 배를 부여잡고 있어? 뭐하니?
Ah, Monsieur Maury, would you have a few minutes to give me? I have some questions to ask you.
Do I look like I can answer questions?
극동 이슈.
The
똥이.
room is spinning.
화장실을 여기로
My head is
옮겨주세요.
about to
왜 이래?
explode.
You were celebrating last
아,
night?
술 마셨나?
Celebrating when Freya always wins. Ah, what am I saying? If you want my answers to your questions
와, 이 새끼
to make
주방장
sense,
요리사
help
주제에
me recover.
특급 열차
You see
승객한테?
there, the magnet
뭐야?
on the fridge. That is my
생존용
special
토닉은 뭐야?
recipe. I call it my day after survival tonic. If you could make me my special tonic, I might survive
요리사
long
주제에
enough
나는
to answer your
어?
questions. John
특급
knows the
열차
recipe
승객
very well.
1등급
He can help
평생
you
돈
with
모아도
the
살 수 있을까?
preparation.
Very well,
호타루
Monsieur
녀석이.
Maury. If I must, I must.
근데 이게
I will
2023년
make
배경이라
you
그렇지.
your day
원래 그
after survival
1930년대인가 그때 배경이면 주제가 맞아. 그때는 그거니까 좀막 약간 신사 뭐 뭐시기 저시기 막 이런 느낌이잖아. 1번 이름이 호타루인데 기술자겠어? 주방장 이름이 호타루인데 일본이 아닐
That's
수가
the
없잖아.
right answer.
그때 당시 시대 배경으로 보면은 따위가 맞다. 근데 지금 한다? 그러면 바로 매장. 당연하지. 직업에 기천은 없다. 레몬즙, 탄산수, 민트, 생강. 레몬즙 뭐야? 이거 뭐이고 이게? 오잉? 야, 너 뭔 테트리스를 해놨냐? 이게 맞아? 레몬. 어? 뭐 해? 뭐야? 안 돌아가. 된 건가? 아무튼. 좋고.
I'm missing half of the tonic ingredients.
갑자기 분위기 요리 시뮬레이터인데? 탄산수,
I
생강.
have all the ingredients for Monsieur Maurice's tonic. I have to go and see
같이 먹어요.
Monsieur
이거 뭐 굳이
Fauché
토닉을
so
만들어줘야
he
되나?
can prepare it for me.
그냥 입에 넣고 삼키면 안 되나? 저기요?
How are you feeling, Monsieur Maurice?
Do you have my tonic? I can barely think.
네? 요리까지 해줘야 돼? 요리를 어떻게 해? 요리 도구가 마땅한 게 없는데. 그냥 탭 눌러서 만들어야 되나? 아니 어떻게 만든대요? 야, 이거 들고 내가 마시자. 이게 아닌데. 여기에 레몬 갈았고. 아, 포쉐 찾아가래? 아, 뭐 제대로 못 봤어. 바보. 감사합니다. 포쉐는 여기 있죠? 나보고 만들으라는 줄 알았네. 포쉐는 디저트 만들 줄 아는 애니까 잘 하겠죠. 포쉐 씨.
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
Monsieur Fauché, I
서바이버
need
토닉.
your help to prepare a cocktail.
What is this phrase?
아, 그 제가
This
어제
is
목 상태가 많이 안
music to
좋았잖아요.
my
지금도
ears.
물론 많이 안 좋은데.
What can I fix for you?
혹시
A
코로나인가
mojito?
하고
A gin and
검색해봤는데
tonic,
코로나는
or
아니더라.
perhaps a martini, shaken, not stirred?
It's not for me,
다행이네.
but for Monsieur Maurice.
Ah,
맛도 잘
his day
느껴지고
after
목만 부은
survival
거야. 콧물
tonic.
나오고.
Unfortunately, I know it well.
Here is everything that
어쩌다
was
보니
listed
많이
on the
만들어줬구나.
magnet.
Excellent. I can take it from here. Mr. Poirot, I'm uncertain about the lemon juice. Is it half a lemon
Ah.
or full lemon for the recipe?
내가 어떻게 근데 우리 반이었죠? 반 잘라서
Half a lemon.
짰잖아요, 그죠?
I can't remember if Hotaru prefers
아,
it
생강
with
넣지.
ginger or without. Do you remember?
생강은 넣어.
I can assure you that he will want the ginger.
오. 던지고 그런 거 안 해? 흔들기만 하네. 멋없다.
There you are, sir. Hotaru
다시
will make
만들어. 이
himself
맛이
a
아니야. 내 주방에서 꺼져.
Excellent. Thank
설마.
you very much.
내 주방에서 사라져. 탐정 양반. 에이. 그럼 마시겠지. 너 혼자 뭐 먹냐? 커피 마시는 건가? 아, 좀 적당히 좀 마시지. 일하는
Here
양반이.
you go, Mr. Maurice. I hope this will help you.
Thank you very much. Please give me a moment while this takes effect. It will be a while, I'm afraid. But I
뭐야,
will
잠시
not
다른 거
move
보고 와야
from
되나?
the kitchen.
아니요, 아직
Since
범인은
I
못
have to
찾았고
wait,
용의자만
do you know
몇
where I
명
can
출연하는
find
수준.
Mademoiselle Nielsen.
She is in the staff quarters in the
수화물
luggage
칸까지 이제
car.
갈 수
If the
있네.
door is locked, John will have the key.
Thank you.
장?
I will return. I hope you have a speedy recovery.
장 누구였지? 장? 얘 포시 아니야? 그러니까
Monsieur Mori told me that
아,
you are
포시
the
이름이
one who
장이야?
has the key to open the luggage
12지장.
car door. I will need
알고 있니?
Yes, that's right.
네,
Here it
12지장은?
is. Please don't forget to give it back to me.
I will not forget, Monsieur Fauché.
열쇠. 뒤에 달려있는 저거는 기차 표시네요. 기차 약간 열쇠고리가 달려있고.
I have a favor to ask. Could you visit the passengers who are in their rooms and explain there has been an error with their allergy and diet form?
But Monsieur Poirot, I made no errors.
Of course not. Call it a computer error.
Yes, it is possible, but even if I can see this is part of your investigation, I do not understand it.
아,
I
이유가
will
있다.
ask that you observe which hand each
왼손잡이
passenger
골라내면 된다.
uses.
Ah, you wish to know if they use the right or left hand when they write.
That is my intention.
I will take on this mission for you.
Excellent.
가자. 우리는 맡기고 뒤에 칸으로 가면 되겠네. 여기가 화물칸. 그리고 보시면 301호 302호 있죠. 직원들 숙소 겸 화물칸. 안 열어지네. 양손잡이가 아니고,
It's open now.
그러니까 그 칼에 찔린 애 있잖아. 그 친구가 오른손잡이가 찔렀을 때는 절대 나올 수 없는 자상을 가지고 있어. 그것 때문에 지금 왼손잡이를 잡고
Empty
있죠.
rum bottles.
럼주병. 딱히 뭐 특별한 건 없는 느낌이죠. 카드.
A deck of cards. I suspect they were reading diamonds and spades instead of books.
책이 아니라 카드를 읽던 거임. 책을 왜 읽음? 카드나 치는 거지. 황금, 수염.
Another golden moustache to treasure. Hello, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I ask you a few questions?
I don't have a minute. My
Oh.
career is ruined, and
뭐야?
it's not my fault.
But how did this
갑자기요?
terrible thing come to pass?
My supplies, passenger luggage, our living space. There is so little room. I gave the cargo handlers in Istanbul strict instructions how to stack my crates containing the ingredients I need for my desserts. So as one box is used up,
아,
it
내가
can be
퍼즐
discarded.
해달라고?
And these fools of cargo handlers did not follow your instructions?
Ignored completely. I have 4 crates that
이런 건
must
또
be moved
잘하지.
from there to here
보자.
to correct the order they are stacked. But placing the
한번
wrong crate
해보자.
on top of a smaller crate will crush it, its contents, and my career.
테트리스.
yourself,
내가
mademoiselle.
다 없애줄게.
I understand. So, the problem is these 4 crates must be moved there, but carefully.
Yes.
쿠팡 물류 배달 에이스
I have
실력
to move
보여주겠다.
these 4 boxes from this location to here. But there
여기로.
is not much space to move the boxes, and I have to be careful never to put a bigger box on top of a smaller one, or the smaller crate will be destroyed.
The problem
마치
is here.
되게
I
당연한
shall
걸
assist you.
설명하네. 알았어. 이건 뭐야? 그러니까 여기다가 옮길 수 있고. 잠깐만, 나 이거 하는 방법을 아는데 원래 이건 공식이 있거든. 아, 이게 아니야. 살짝 잠깐만. 됐고 아래로 내리고 이거를 여기로 옮기고 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 이게 아닌데 옮기고 옮기고 그렇지 그렇지 미쳤어 미쳤어 왜 이렇게 빨라 왜 이렇게 빠른데 끝.
Et voilà.
하노이?
Are a lifesaver.
하노이 그거 아니야?
Or at least
베트남?
a dessert saver.
Thank you, thank you. I will
아닌가?
gladly answer your questions.
물어보자.
Can you tell me your movements of last night?
호타루랑
Last night
건강하게
after
마셨죠?
dinner, I stayed in the kitchen until 12:15 a.m.
아,
Then I
그래요?
joined
이
Jean
종류가?
and Hotaru in our quarters. Then all of us read quietly in our beds until we fell asleep.
책을
A
읽다가
very studious staff. However, Monsieur Maury
아,
doesn't seem to
책을
have
다들
followed the
읽으셨구나.
same literary pursuit as the others. And these rum bottles,
아,
do they have something to do with his hangover?
죄송한데 그런 걸로 안 속여도 됩니다.
I rather think that you didn't
그냥
just
뭐 마셨으면
read
마시는 거지
last
뭐.
night.
일만
What
잘하면
makes you
되는 거
say
아니겠어?
I spoke to Monsieur Maury. He
그러니까
seemed to be
생존
quite
토닉 마시고 있구나.
hungover. He even asked me to make him his day after tonic. He blurted out, "Freya always wins."
뭐
Wins
독서
what?
경연 대회라도 한 겁니까?
Looking around, it is clear you were gambling and drinking most of the night.
You don't understand. It's late.
아,
in the
알아. 아,
afternoon,
뭐
but we
그게
need to
잘못됐다는 게
unwind.
아니고.
And now there's been a murder? Yes, I admit it. We went overboard last night. But please don't tell
아,
Mr.
그래?
Book. It's against regulations. We could all be fired.
Mademoiselle, I realize your difficult jobs have been made more difficult. But as you say, there has been a murder. I
그러니까.
must have the truth.
Of course. I'm so sorry.
It's not such a crime. I'll leave it there and check in with Monsieur Fauché.
일단 오케이.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper? I'm asking everyone on the train for addresses, in case I need to contact them once they leave the train in Paris.
I understand.
슬슬 왼손잡이 나올 때가 됐는데 얘는 또 오른손잡이.
Yes, that's it. Mademoiselle Nielsen is
아, 왼손잡이가
right-handed.
없어. 담배
Do you
피세요?
smoke?
No, I never have.
Thank you.
근데
Thank you
호타루가
for your answers,
꼴초라
Miss
그랬잖아.
Nielsen.
You're welcome.
담배 관련된 건 호타루 정신 차리면 한번 물어봐야겠다. 가 보자. 정신이 좀 드니 호타루야? 살만하니? 정신 차렸네.
How are you?
It's better. Thank you.
Then may I ask you some questions? It will not take long.
Quickly, please. I have hungry
알았어.
passengers to feed.
어젯밤
Très bien. Can you tell me your movements last night?
Oh, nothing special. When I went off duty,
장과
I
프레아를
joined
만났고
John and Freya in a compartment. I read for
맨날
a
책
short
읽었대.
while,
아니 이놈 새끼들
then went to
인사치
bed
뿌린다.
early.
Reading? I'm not sure you have recovered enough to tell me the truth. Don't waste what little energy you have recovered
아,
to
이거는
lie,
그냥 빠르게
Monsieur
넘기나?
Maury.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Poirot.
그렇죠.
You're right.
갑자기 들어온
It
방대한
obviously
지식량 때문에
wasn't
당신
reading
뇌가 과열이
that made
걸려가지고
my head hard
그럴 리가
like
없잖아요.
that. But if you told Monsieur Book, it could mean my job.
I will
근데
keep
그게
your
규정이면은
secret,
좀
but
조심해야지.
I am investigating a murder. You must tell me the truth.
Thank you.
Please write
주소.
your address on this paper.
My address?
아세트알데히드를 분해하기
I
위해
think I
어쩌고
hear
저쩌고.
Monsieur Book approaching.
My address? Yes, of course.
오른손인데.
Another right-handed person. Not surprising. Most people are.
얘가 꼴초랬거든.
You are a heavy smoker.
My job. It is very stressful.
Would you happen to know who vapes on the train? A
그러니까.
banana flavor?
바나나.
Oh, yes. The smell disgusts me. What is wrong with
바나나
that
향?
tobacco?
용서
I
못해.
do not have time to answer that. Who is it?
I've only seen one person who vapes.
근데 걔가 안 보이잖아.
It's
아버스노
Captain
때문에.
Arbuthnot.
Captain Arbuthnot. I see.
일단 오케이.
Your testimony was invaluable to me. Thank you. Take care, Monsieur Maury. My
이
palate
대위가 안 보여.
depends on your
어제
good health.
방송 후반부부터 계속 찾고 있는데 안 보여요. 일단은 다 오른손잡이였거든요. 세 명 다.
My little gray cells did not let.
지금 왼손잡이는 아무도 없어요. 일단. 그니까 이렇게 그냥 대위가 젠장 들켰다 하고 끝날 게임이면 그렇게 명작도 아닐 텐데 그죠? 그런 스토리였으면. 저 죄송한데 좀 비켜주실래요?
Here is your key. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
About the little favor I asked of you.
Aha, but of course. I was able to get
Oh,
new allergy
했구나.
forms from guests who were in their compartments. Monsieur McQueen,
맥퀸 마스터.
Monsieur Masterman, Count and Countess Andreni, they are all right-handed.
야, 이
I also
왼손잡이는 걔밖에
asked
없는데.
Princess Dragomirov, but she had her assistant, Madame Schmidt, sign for her. She is right-handed as well.
You have exceeded my
조소해보실?
expectations. Well
왓슨?
done. Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
근데 포샤는 재밌겠다. 지금 세계에서 제일 유명한 이 세계관에서 세계에서 제일 유명한 탐정이랑 같이 지금 일한 거야. 얼마나 재밌겠어. 셜록 홈즈가 나한테 부탁을 했다 이런 느낌 아닐까? 대위는 어디 있을까? 그쵸, 주로 쓰는 손에 반지를 안 끼니까 잘 안 쓰는 손에 왼손에 끼죠 대부분. 오른손잡이가 많으니까.
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you
더
for a
물어볼 게
moment?
있었나?
Of course. How can I help?
So, Monsieur Fauché, are you trying to hide things from
건하게
me?
마시지 않았나요?
I know about your little party last night.
You are not a detective for nothing. I'm sorry, Monsieur Poirot.
Thank you,
그리고
Monsieur
그
Fauché. I'll come
아무튼
back to you
진실을
if I
말하라는
have more
무언의
questions.
아니 유언의 압박. 거짓말 치지 마십시오. 반으로 갈라버리기 전에. 일단 대위를 찾아보자. 대위가 어디에 있을까? 대위는 이쪽 방이 아니었죠. 200 2호실 방이 아니었고 내 방에서 나오는 거 아니지 마. 뭐지? 죽었으면 좋겠다. 그냥 다 같이 죽자.
Captain
내가 잘못했다.
Arbuthnot, I know that you
이런
are
걸
the
방치한
only
내
person
잘못이다.
on this train to smoke e-cigarettes. We found a vial of e-liquid
아, 뭔가
at the
근데
crime
불안하지 않아?
scene. Will you talk to me about this, or should I pass on what I've learned to the police?
All right.
어?
Come
나
in
안에
if
죽어 있을
you
줄
must.
알았는데. 그러니까. 저기요. 근데 셜록은 쌈도 잘하잖아. 얘는 쌈 잘할까?
I have just a few questions for you.
Very well. Let's hear them.
The young English lady, Mademoiselle Debenham, was at the Tocatlian Hotel. Perhaps you met her there.
We exchanged a few words, fellow Brits
Ah.
abroad, that sort of thing.
What can you tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham?
Nothing whatsoever. We barely spoke.
The director of the Orient Express, Monsieur Bouc, thinks the assassin
여자라고?
is a
왜?
woman.
And that is enough to accuse her. She had nothing to
아니, 얘는
do
뭐-
with this murder.
How can you be so certain?
The idea
그
is
여자 잘 모른다고
absurd.
했으면서.
Ratchet was a perfect stranger to her.
와, 유도신문
She'd
걸렸다.
never seen him before.
Ah, did she tell you so?
Well, yes, maybe she did. She may have commented
아니,
once
내가
upon
얘
his
표도
somewhat
찾아줬는데.
unpleasant appearance.
뭔가 진실을 제대로
If
얘기
a
안 하는
woman is
느낌이지.
concerned, as you seem to think, to my mind, without any evidence, I can assure you that Miss Debenham could not possibly be
대번호를
implicated.
좋아하는 것 같아.
It is clear that the captain
그죠?
is defending
약간
Miss
지키려고 하고.
Debenham, a woman he supposedly doesn't know very well. What were you doing last night around the
사망
quarter
추정
past
시간 1시
1:15.
15분.
I believe I was still talking to that young American fellow, Mr. McQueen, the secretary of the man who was killed. We were in his compartment.
He was a friend or acquaintance of yours?
No, I never saw him before this journey. We'd hit it off at dinner, and the conversation
성격이 맞았나
continued
보네.
into the early hours,
Until what time was that?
until 1:45 or so. Then I retired to my room and went to sleep.
일단 오케이.
There is nothing you can recall last night that in any way struck you as suspicious?
It's nothing, a mere details.
Allow
사소한
me to be the judge.
Well, before returning to my room, I went to the lounge car to get a glass of water. When I was passing through the
그치,
first class
지날 수밖에
corridor,
없죠.
I noticed that the door, which is just after your room, 201, was not quite closed,
네?
and the person who was inside peered out in a furtive sort of way. Then he closed the door quickly.
뭐지?
I know there's
200으로
nothing
누가
in
쓰지?
that, but it was the
기억이 안 나.
furtive way it was done that caught my attention. Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know.
200으로 누군지를 알아야겠네.
Could you
일단은
write down your address here?
얘가 왼손잡이일 것 같긴 하거든요.
If you insist.
아닌데 왼손잡이가
This man
없어.
is right-handed.
액상.
Is this e-cigarette liquid yours?
What flavor is it?
Banana.
Well, that is awkward. That's my flavor of choice. But I have no idea what it was doing there. Whatever.
Can you explain how it ended up there?
I have no idea. I never entered the man's room.
시키
Poirot.
이상해.
That's the truth.
근데 지금 추궁할 증거가 딱히 없으니까 그냥
Thank you, Captain.
용의
You're
선상에는
welcome.
올리고 결론. 일단 요거죠. 유일한 전자담배 피는 사람의 좋아하는 향 액상이 현장에 있었다. 요거 범행 시간과 관련된 알리바이가 있다. 근데 이게 왜 있냐고. 얘를 의심하게 하려고 누군가가 일부러 설치한 트릭일 거라는 생각이 좀 들죠, 그죠?
Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette.
그럼
Even if
대충
this liquid
쉽게
in Ratchet's room
생각하는
is a solid clue, he
쉽게
has an
생각했을 때는
alibi. I cannot
일단
accuse
대위가 그
him without
여자애를
any other proof.
감싸잖아.
That was easy.
둘이 오우야가 있었던 거임. 그래서 그 여자가 오우야 도중에 이 대위의 액상 담배를 빼서 자기가 푹칙푹칙하고 거기다가 떨군 게 아닐까? 라는 상상함. 일단은 그래. 일단 그런 상상을 좀 해봤어. 그럼 우리 이제 어디로 가야 되지? 올슨. 올슨 어딨지? 올슨? 올슨이 애초에 누구였죠? 올슨? 올슨. 아 그러고 보니까 루돌프도 없고 안드레니 백작 부인 얘도 없고 지금 안 보이는 애가 몇 명 있어. 아 얘를 이렇게. 가자. 그러니까 여기가 열려 있었다는 거잖아. 살짝. 그죠? 일단 오케이. 아 근데 올슨 너무 무섭게 생겨서 말 걸기 좀 그래. 올슨 어디 있니? 나쁜 기집애 네가 죽였지? 올슨 어디 있지? 올슨 오잉? 밥 먹나? 에? 뭐야? 올슨 어디 갔어? 화장실. 아싸 코스염.
Another delightful trophy for my collection.
올슨이 원래 저 뒷칸에 있다가 자기 방으로 갔었나? 원래는 요쪽 편에 있었잖아. 요쪽에. 저 앞에. 다 열어봐야겠는데? 여기가 허버드 부인. 여기가 살해당한. 여기만 문이 좀 다르네요. 색깔이. 여기 내 방. 내 방에서 나오는 거 아니죠, 올슨 씨? 무서워요, 그러면. 배출. 아, 여긴가 보다.
Pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Olsen, but something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
가자. 어우, 무서워.
How can you be sure
얼굴이
Mademoiselle
너무
Debenham was
눈두덩이가
in
까매.
bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her
근데
bed,
대본음
I would have heard
나왔는데.
her. I got up this morning around 8 a.m. She was sleeping soundly.
아닌데. 아닌데.
Are you certain you would have heard
새벽
her?
5시에
Yes.
일어났다고 본인이
Why are you
진술했는데.
asking?
I spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she
그러니까.
told me that she got up around
왜
5 o'clock in the
거짓말을
morning.
하시죠? 아니면은
She
진짜 너무
opened
깊게
the
잠든 거 아니야?
door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a woman in a red kimono. How do
근데
you
붉은 기모노는
explain
우리도
that?
봤으니까.
I think I must have been sleeping very soundly.
근데
not
그럴 수
to
있어?
have heard it. Oh, but does that make me a suspect?
I am not accusing anyone, mademoiselle. Do not worry. I am just trying to determine what
아직은
happened
그치.
last night.
파악하는
Thank you for
수준이
your
아직.
testimony.
점점 의문점만 늘어나. 신문 지속하기 끝났고. 알리바이. 맥키는 아버스넛이랑 대화를 했어. 대버넘은 올슨이 쫓았대. 미셸은 머리랑 보실가 아니야. 얘 미셸이 하버드 부인 보러 갔었죠. 얘는 얘랑 얘기했고, 얘는 얘가.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
요게 맞죠. 부크한테 갑시다. 그나마 약간 빨리 걷기가 있어서 다행이지 없었으면 좀 복창 터졌겠다. 살짝 답답할 뻔. 근데 진짜 이런 특급 열차 같은 거 타고 시베리아 횡단 같은 거 여행하면 진짜 재밌겠다. 네메시스님 어서 오시고 반갑습니다. 반갑습니다. 나쁜 기집애. 제일 유력한 용의자. 그런가요? 엄청 오래됐네. 오래됐군요. 여기 있었죠? 그? 야! 아무것도 안 하고 커피나 마시니까
So,
좋냐?
Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
There is no trace of the murder weapon on the train. as
언메탈?
yet.
아 맞아.
The killer could have
그랬었지.
hidden it.
그런 게임을 한
anywhere.
적이
It
있었지.
must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be
기억이 난다.
somewhere.
살해 도구는 어디인지 몰라.
According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least
오른손잡이랑 왼손잡이.
one right-handed and one left-handed person, and with different strength. For the moment, everyone I have
그니까.
checked is right-handed.
왼손잡이가
It
없어.
is impossible to draw any conclusions as yet. However, I still have a few people
뭔
to
소리야?
interrogate,
언메탈하면서
notably
개그 방송으로 된 게
the
아니고 난 원래
Russian
개그였어.
princess.
You still have many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from over, mon ami. I identified the person responsible for the bottle of
주인은
liquid from the
찾았는데
vape
그게 왜
found
거기
at the
있느냐.
crime
이게
scene.
문제지.
So, this is our culprit? Do we hold him?
No, unfortunately, this bottle belongs to Captain Arbuthnot, but he has an alibi
그러니까.
confirmed by Monsieur McQueen for the time
둘이
of the
공범이
murder.
아니면 왜?
Monsieur Book, Monsieur Poirot.
Michel,
뭐야?
calm down.
But it's Mrs. Hobart. She says she found the murder weapon
네?
in her room. She's very upset.
Let's go, Poirot.
칼. 왜 허버드? 아 들어왔다가 나가면서 두고 갔나? 칼을? 빨리 가자. 같이 가세 이러놓고 안 온다. 나쁜 놈. 호버드 씨. 또 누구 죽인 겁니까? 그 소리 못 참고?
to be allowed to leave this train.
Madame, we are in the mountains, trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious. There is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Hubbard, take a deep breath and tell us what occurred. Where
칼
did you find the knife?
어디 있었대요?
I
가방
wanted
안에
to
넣어
get a
놨다고.
handkerchief from my purse, and when I opened it, I saw it. A bloody knife. Am I next to be murdered?
I very much doubt the murderer would give you his weapon.
What do you mean?
Madame, he would have used it.
Oh my head.
그렇지. 널 죽이려고 했으면 진즉 죽였지. 네가 막 소리 지르고 난리를 피웠는데 심지어 넌 죽일 생각이 없던 거야.
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not. What a question.
I will take that as a
피
no.
묻은 칼을 봅시다. 와, 좀 멋있게
Is
생겼다 칼.
this knife the real murder weapon, or is it a
그러니까
red
그건 또
herring?
모르죠. 실제로 쓴 건지, 그 실제 살해 도구인지, 아니면은 그냥
Mrs.
다른
Hubbard
건지.
is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her. Please go on without me.
I have every right to be distraught. Thank you, Mr.
하소연 좀 들어줘, 부크가. 그럼 이걸로 또 어떻게 추리를 이어 나가지? 뭐 해야 되냐? 한번 보자. 칼이 살해 도구임을. 아, 그래. 의사 찾아가면 되겠네. 오케이. 의사 찾으러 가자. 의사한테 이게 살해 도구가 맞냐고 물어보면 되잖아. 심지어 부검 같은 것도 했던 사람이고. 물어봅시다. 뭐야? 얘가 아닌데? 잠만. 여기다.
Dr. Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be sure. I have estimated the depth of the
Oh.
wounds. You can easily find the depth of each wound by comparing
Oh?
the width. There are 5 of them that I am not sure about. Test them, and then we will compare our results.
I will do as you say, Doctor.
퍼즐? 이걸 대충 재서 이렇게 하라는 거야? 대충 길이가 한 요 정도겠거니 하고?
I do not think that's the right answer. No, not good.
야, 이거 너무 어려운 거 아니냐 인간적으로?
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
눈대중으로? 아, 생각보다 더 크네.
This is wrong. But I must admit I'm not right this time. I do not think that's the. This is wrong. But
진실
I'm
얻는데
never far
분석한데.
from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time.
일단 그냥 막 눌러보면서 해야 될 것 같아. 그러니까 이 길이랑 요거를 재가면서 해야 돼.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good. No,
Oish.
not good. This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. Et voilà.
What do you think, Doctor? Is this knife really the murder weapon?
There can be no doubt.
와,
You
그
found
정도야?
the same depths as the estimate I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
너 왜 눈쳤게 일어나?
Thank you. I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
I'm still a bit groggy.
That's understandable.
Are you able to continue your story now?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
얘가 그
Where was
누구였더라?
You were
꼬마애 죽은
explaining
거
how you
들어가서
returned to the
얘기하고
Armstrong house to
부부한테
tell them their
사망
poor
소식.
little child was dead.
Yes, that's it. I felt helpless. My part in the case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved
데이지였다.
justice.
맞아. 여자 이름.
Two days later, I returned to the Armstrong house to tell them Daisy would be released soon for burial. I was angry with myself that I couldn't bring them better
그따위 소식.
news. I wasn't prepared for
그래도
more
안
tragedy.
전할 순 없잖아. 전하긴 해야지. 어쩌겠어.
Hello, Miss Morrow. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective.
얘가
Colonel Armstrong is
남자친구
upstairs.
감싸다가 혼났죠.
He is
데이지가
in
죽은 것도 어떻게 보면 얘 탓도 있어요. 나쁜 놈의 새끼. 얘 탓이 적지 않아요, 솔직히. 뭐야?
Good morning, Colonel Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here? No, Sonia is
Well.
not here. Always one step behind. She died of a miscarriage last night.
Oh?
My wife, Daisy, and our baby. My whole
Whoa.
family is gone.
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning.
너
I
그냥
received
가정이
word that you
파탄났네
can
그냥.
arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Well, then, now you don't have to come back. I can arrange for Daisy, my wife, and our unborn child to be buried all at once. Very
Whoa.
efficient. Being a military man, I can
얘도 약간
appreciate
정신 나갔다.
efficiency.
I know how hard this must be for you.
No, you don't know. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do your bloody job and catch the creature that did this.
I know you won't believe me, but I swear to you, I will find who did this. If it takes me to the far corners of the earth, I will find them.
Then go. Please go now. Go find them.
아이고.
The house that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty. I'm not giving up. I'm a part of this case. Or the case is a part of me.
어이 참 비극적이네. 와 저기 애기가 탔던 자전거에 킥보드에.
All units, Hike is in the vicinity of the cabin where Daisy Armstrong was found. Spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricade tape and then head up the dirt road toward where the subject cabin is located. Any car nearby who can respond?
Unit 28, we can respond, but we're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11. I'm on it.
Copy that. 11, you're good to go.
Copy that.
뭔가다. 여기서 실마리를 찾아서 그 리쳇인가 라쳇인가 걔랑 연관성을 어떻게 알아내나 본데?
Okay, there's the pickup. Let's see who ignored our barricade tape. 11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
Are you requesting backup?
Not yet.
필요하지. 아니
I'm going to take a look
필요하지.
around.
Copy that, 11.
안전하게 해야지. 필요해. 와줘. 이 새끼 총도 안 들고 간다 그냥. 누구세요? 들어오시면 안 되는데. 이런 느낌이야 그냥 뭐야?
A forensics evidence identification.
안녕하세요.
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
심자씨.
Forensics evidence. He's not here.
원래? 아이.
3892. Oh, when the poor deer was killed. That's where I found
총도 안 들고
Fluffy.
무기도 안 들고 뭐 하는 거야 이게?
Daisy's special toy. A forensics evidence
I hope we returned him to the family.
그냥 아이 말을 너무 많이 하는. 이 자식이 정신 나갈 것
A
같아.
gold mustache. Thank you very much.
Duct tape. to silence Daisy's screams. Damn it, Daisy. I will find whoever did this to you.
뭐지? 요 아래로 가는 건 아니고 내부에 뭐가 없는데.
An individual has entered a police secured area. I have to stop him first.
뒤에 뭔가 소리가 나는디 일단은 없어. 내부를 다시 보자.
Somebody ignored the barricade tape.
천천히 차근차근. 뭐 없는데요? 이 숫자를 쓸만한 데가 없나? 예? 없어. 뭐지?
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
요 아래로 뭐 들어갈 수도.
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
뭘까? 그러니까 요 안으로 들어온 거야. 요 안으로 들어온 건데 왜 없지? 천장에 매달려 있는 건 아닐 거 아니야.
A forensics evidence identification marker.
여기서 뭐 당장 뭘 해야 되나?
892. Oh, when the poor deer was killed. That's where I found Fluffy, Daisy's special toy. I hope we returned him to the family.
없슈. 이상하네.
A forensics evidence identification marker.
주변에도 뭐가 어이씨 뭐지?
A forensics evidence identification marker.
요 밖으로 가는 건 아니고 그럴 거면 차 타고 왜 여기로 왔어? 뭘까? 약간 개구멍 같은 데가 있네 여기. 지하로 내려가는 방 그런 데가 있지 않을까? 아이 뭐야? 저 안쪽에 뜯어져 있어서 저긴 줄 알았더니 거지 같은 거. 누구세요?
Don't shoot, officer. I'm on your side.
Sir, keep your hands where I can see them.
Sure, no problem.
Sir, this is a crime scene. Who the hell are you?
I'm a reporter. Boston
아니
6
기자
News.
주제에
You can get us on cable even here in the mountains.
They haven't heard of
야.
crime scene tape in a big city like Boston.
살해 현장
All
같은
right.
데를 네
That
맘대로
wasn't
그렇게
my
돌아다니면
best
어떡해?
I got all excited. I didn't expect to find the
지금
place
무슨 대통령인
deserted.
줄 알아?
It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing you under arrest.
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
허걱.
We'll get to that, but you're going to answer some questions first.
I'm more used to asking questions, but fire away.
누구세요?
Who are you exactly?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston 6 News.
미첼이 아니고
Camera,
마이클인데요.
Someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
What are you doing here? You
그러니까
should know
범죄
a
현장을 왜
crime
네
scene
맘대로
is off
그렇게
limits.
I'm
이게 안방입니까?
investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping like you.
Does the pickup parked in front of the cabin
나는
belong to you?
형사고요.
Yes, indeed, it's mine.
I'll check. Show me your hands. I'm going to cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
Put your hands in front of you.
협상 같은 소리 하고 있네. 끄지세요. 그리고 골반 그렇게 흔들면서 걷지 마세요. 기분 나쁘니까.
Aren't you gonna read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent. I really wish you'd exercise that.
제발 닥치.
Dispatch, this is 11. I intercepted a suspicious individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
자, 이 녀석이 발견한 그 안쪽을 한번 봅시다. 벙커. 뭐였더라? 8397? 확인. 보고 오자. 뭐였지? 8397? 3897? 결국엔 쓸 데가 있었네. 너무 뜬금없이 숫자가 써있긴 했어. 그죠? 3892 3892 가자. 3892. 근데 요 안에 범인들이 있을 것 같진 않고 뭔가 얘네 제대로 된 범행 좀 증거 그런 게 있지 않을까? 3892.
Yes! I
와우.
knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move.
금고털이 경력이? 가자.
There. Now let's see what secrets you're hiding.
여행 가방.
What the hell is
랜턴?
that gas can doing
아,
here?
가스통이야?
The cap's been damaged. And some gasoline has leaked out. Now what? I have to turn the power
전원을
back on to
켜야
open
된다.
this magnetic door.
오잉? 이게 연결이 돼 있는데 퓨즈 요렇게 해서 나 요렇게 가서 여기 마우스 안 나오나? 내 마우스가 안 나오는 게 좀 불편하네. 맨 왼쪽 게 중앙으로 가고 중앙 게 맨 위에 걸로 가고. 오케이. 여기에서 이 따라가는 거 좀 귀찮네. 요 중앙 거가 문에 연결돼 있고 위에 건 끊겨 있고 아래 거는 여기 안에.
No, doesn't work.
그러면 아래 거를 일단 해야 될 듯? 아래 거 이거 맞는데. 뭐 요 오른쪽 게 아래 거거든. 아래 거. 다른 데도 좀 보자.
This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin.
아, 여기도 뭐가
Everything
있구나.
is falling apart.
보자. 오른쪽 거가 중앙 게 아래. 오른쪽이 중앙 게 아래. 그러면 오른쪽 거를 키면 잠깐만. 오른쪽, 왼쪽. 그럼 요거가 요거고. 여기 올리고 여기도 하나 더 있잖아. 아이 정말 뭐 이렇게 많은 거야. 왼쪽 이 오른쪽 중앙. 왼쪽 거. 요거는 왼쪽 거. 그리고 키면 될 듯?
This blueprint. It
이
looks like the
폭탄?
bomb in the cabin.
날 두 번
The
죽임?
kidnapper built the bomb here.
나쁜 새끼들. 됐나요? 오?
No, it doesn't work.
나? 잠만. 이게 근데 선이 하나는 문으로 연결되는 건가요? 아니면 가다가 끊긴 건가요? 문으로 연결되는 것 같은데.
Now what?
일단은 요
I have
레버에다가
to
모든
turn the
전원이 다
power
가게
back on to
하려면
open this magnetic door.
생각을 해보자. 다시 요 아래 저 위에 있는 세 개 중에서 아래 거야. 아래 거가 연결돼 있어. 아래 거가 슉 와서 여기 아래 여기 아래 거가 여기서 오른쪽 이렇게 보면 왼쪽 왼쪽
Let there be
됐다.
light.
이걸 틀렸네.
Perfect, it works.
네? 금고가 있네?
February 24th, the day of the kidnapping. They knew about the
Armstrong
party and
party.
everything.
어? 너 뭐야? 나 뭐 안 했는데? 갑자기 번호가 막 된다.
Damn, that isn't it.
아니 지 맘대로 번호가 막 돼. 아니 이거 봐.
No, that didn't work.
아니 씨, 나 안 멈췄어. 계속 돌려야 돼 그러면? 아 한쪽으로 돌려야 되니까. 아 반대로 돌리면 안 되는구나. 반대로 돌리면은 반대가 돼버리는 거지. 아 근데 이거 뭔가 이 소리를 꺼야 될 것 같은 느낌이. 내려봐. 시끄러워서 안 된다. 시끄러워서. 된다. 일
Yes.
됐다.
I knew I could do it. I can always use safe cracking as a career move.
아 힘들어. 돈 왜 두고 갔지?
An expensive looking pen with the initials JM?
JM
What's its
재민.
An expensive looking pen with the. That looks like a hair caught in the band around the money. Forensics will tell me for sure, but that doesn't look like Daisy's color.
바람개비.
It's Daisy's hair clip, the same as the picture I saw at the Armstrong house. These get locked up again until forensics get here.
불은 켜놓을까? 좀 무서우니까. 조사 끝났고요.
I'll secure the bunker for forensics. Progress at last.
일단은 해결은 했는데 이 기자 녀석이 뭐가 더 있지 않을까? 자기가 가진
I
정보를
don't need to talk
나한테
to the
알려주지
suspect
않을까?
right now. I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
얘 정보를 좀 찾아보라 그랬었죠.
The glove compartment is
닫혀 있고.
closed.
카메라. 어? 전화.
Candid photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job. Or something else?
데이지. 뭐지?
Telephoto lens. Not so surprising for a journalist.
데이지 살아있을 때 사진이 찍혀 있고 일단. 마이클 클라크.
Clark's press card. And the phone number of the newspaper is on it. Ah, good.
보스턴
I
뉴스.
can give them a call.
딱히 뭐 없고요. 여기 뭐야 이거? 키.
Car keys in the sun visor. A classic hiding place. Well, at least on TV.
그러면 여기도 열 수 있겠네. 뭐야? 지갑인가? 마이클 클라크.
Clark's driver's license seems to be in order.
시카고 뮤지엄. 시카고 뮤지엄? 이건 뭐야?
The vehicle registration is not in
차량
the name of
등록증이?
Michael Clark or a rental company.
뭐야? 훔침? 뭘까요? 다 알아본 듯? (61) 3487이죠. 3487 3487
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
아니 그냥 전화번호 보고 그걸 핸드폰에 적는 걸로 왜 이렇게 자신만만해? 너 뭐 했어?
Hi,
뭔데
I'm
그렇게
Detective
잘났어?
Joanna Locke, Berkshire Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please. Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby Wilson. I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does. Why?
네 상사랑 얘기 중이다.
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at
목근형?
least
어제보다 더 안
7
좋아졌어.
or 8 months.
근데 오늘은
That's not unusual.
약속한 게 있으니까 진통제 먹으면서 한번 5시간 해보자고.
He works in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what we call a stringer.
통신원
He works as a
프리랜서.
freelancer. Comes up with a story we can
What the
use.
fuck?
We pay him, and we don't hear
그러게.
from him again
상태가
for several
너무 안
months.
좋길래 코로나인가 하고 코로나 검사도 해봤는데 코로나는 음성이고요.
What kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative reporter.
탐사.
Mostly crime stories, to tell you the truth. He comes up with some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem? Or a story?
Do you remember what the last case he investigated was?
It was
데이지?
a murder
아니네.
case. The victim was a millionaire named James Miller. He was called the Frozen Fish King of Gloucester, Massachusetts. His body turned
모르겠다.
up
내
in one of his
친구들
nets.
걸리는 거 보면은 감기는
rather,
아닌 것 같던데.
most of it did.
근데 목이
아,
많이 아프긴
well.
하거든.
Thank you,
한
Ms. Wilson.
11시 이때쯤에
You've been a great
진행자도
help
더
to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy, but he's a good guy overall. So what's he working on now, Detective? Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again.
I
야,
don't need to talk to the
뭐야?
suspect right now. The gas can I found in the bunker would match this outline perfectly. Okay, time for forensics to attack that bunker.
얘가
And
왜-
Clark? He's too sure of himself. I need to
이
get him
기름통
into an interrogation room and find out what really
저 벙커 안에
makes
있던
him
그
tick.
기름통 아니야? 그걸 다 태우려고 했나 얘가?
I know my rights. You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a
현행범이야.
dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station?
이 새끼 씻을 건 뭐 샤워부스 야 너 수영장 가는 줄 아니?
I have the right to make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
That phone is an outside line.
Hello, boss. It's Michael Clark. I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but there's a small problem. I got caught being someplace I
그러니까
shouldn't
지
be.
잘못은 안
I'm
해.
at the police station. No, I'm not under arrest. Just questioning. Fire me. Why? The station's integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes. Do it.
That didn't go well.
I think I got my point across. What happens now?
Go ahead. Then we'll have a chat.
실시간으로 잘리는 거 개꿀잼인데? 신문 좀 해볼까? 뭐야 나 몸이 막 뭐 왜 이렇게 움직여?
Now that we've taken your DNA, we can begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
By elves behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you damaged police barricade tape.
I'll pay for a new role.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it carries a $500 fine.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
To begin with,
Oh.
where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were going to let me get
당연하지.
close.
네가 뭔데?
I set my alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No, afraid not. I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
알리바이는 안 되죠. 일단은. 기다려. 이 기름통 벙커에 있던 기름통과 같아요. 몬스터. 자동차는 심지어 본인 명의가 그게 아니고요. 회사 것도 아니고.
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your
가스부터.
pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
How did you know there was a bunker at the end of the property?
How did your forensic team miss it?
They were concentrated on the cabin. It was pitch black out there.
Small town cops with small town
아,
minds.
이 새끼.
Sorry, that was unkind. You know, I'm a bit like you. My job is to find something a news program's viewers want to see. You do it for justice. I do it for money. I just have more flair than you.
I know
새끼가.
you're lying, Mr. Clark. I followed your footprints from the cabin, and they led directly
다른 데 안
to the
두르고
bunker.
바로
It
갔다.
was very well hidden. You had to know it was there.
Think whatever you want, detective.
다음 요거죠.
Let's start with why you went to the cabin.
If the police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
픽업
That
트럭.
pickup of yours. That's a very nice ride. Especially for a stringer who only gets a few stories on the air.
명의도 다르고.
How can you afford it?
When Boston 6 does use a story, they pay okay.
That truck is top of the range. How much did it set you back? $55,000, $60,000?
When I have to, I do what everybody else does. I take out a loan.
자기가
How about
샀다고
you,
하는데.
detective? You got a loan on your car?
He's enjoying himself. I need to throw him off balance somehow, surprise him into making an error.
Explain to me again how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I headed for the crime scene in my trusty pickup, like I've done for years. After the forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself.
너무
I
자신감
got to
넘쳐,
the
이거.
bunker just before you arrived.
일단 대치합시다. 픽업 트럭. 근데 이거 픽업 트럭 날짜가 다르지 않나?
You said you've been driving that pickup for years?
You heard right.
최신형
Thanks to it, I never miss a story.
에다가
You say you've been using your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay.
처음 친 거야?
I don't get why the pickup is so important to you, but I guess my ego made me say that. Yeah, the pickup was lent to me by a friend. I couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I think you stole it, Mr. Clark. You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase, you can't hold me.
마지막은 요거거든.
You say you're a journalist, a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
프리랜서니까.
How is your editor doing?
Last time we spoke, she was fine. But that was months ago.
What's her name again?
I work for lots of stations and
살짝
lots of
흔들리네.
editors.
She knows your
멋있다.
name, but you don't remember hers?
I'm not great with names.
It's Kelly Johnson.
Oh yeah, Kelly.
I just made that name up.
Good for you.
Her name is Abby Wilson.
니들
Mr.
뭐해?
Clark,
꽁트해?
you lie like you breathe.
Huh. Well, that was mean.
He thinks he's invincible. I need to play his ego. That's the key.
What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the
뭔가
past
너희
few months, I've
티키타카가
been
좀
working
좋다.
on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating
뭐
the
자선 사업
Armstrongs.
같은 거 하는 그런 거였으니까. 그죠? 납치되기 전부터 사진이 찍혀 있었죠?
So you just stumbled on a major
데이지가
kidnapping
집에 있는
story
사진이
during your
찍혔으니까.
stay in the Berkshires.
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for crying out loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
Your camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before she was kidnapped.
The Armstrongs are a famous family like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just stealing candid
말이
shots.
점점 바뀌어요.
Paparazzi
조금씩
live on
조금씩.
getting that one
거짓말 잘
exclusive
치는
shot.
애들이 이런 식이야.
Steamy,
말을
intimate,
조금씩
whatever.
조금씩
Then when the kidnapping
알게
happened,
모르게.
I realized I was
결국
here
처음에
first.
얘네가
What an
얘기했던
opportunity.
주장이랑
And I jumped.
나중에
You
얘네
have an
주장
answer
들어보면
for
완전
everything.
달라.
You're not very good at this, are you?
그래서 이런
How long
애들이랑은
have
진짜
you been on
눈
the
깊게 싸워야
job?
돼.
Long enough to put you away for life if you killed that little girl.
I know that Clark is lying. I need to reconstruct the whole sequence of events in order to understand what happened.
재구성을 해볼까? 나를 보고 놀랐다. 잠깐만. 어? 이게 오른쪽으로 가야 되는데? 이상하다. 아니 오두막에 도착하는 게 너무 중앙에 있는 거 아니야? 아 나구나 이거. 아 오케이. 이렇게.
The detective gets it right.
I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can
아직까진 근데
and closed
소설이야.
the
그냥
hatch.
심적
You
증거
didn't think I
정도밖에
could
없어.
open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not going to make fun of you, Detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police force.
When I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon.
긴 머리카락이
You won't get
나왔죠.
away with this.
벙커 안에서.
See that call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to prison. I'll be right back.
그게 같으면 좋겠다. 저 그지 같은 거적대기.
Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong.
헐?
I'm interrogating him now.
그냥 아예 확정을 지어버리는 거예요.
Some bad news. Someone set fire to the cabin in the bunker. The fire department is on the scene, but they say it's too late.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine
이
bottle found
새끼.
in the cabin. We also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already, but we cannot hold your suspect simply
수잔
because
모로가
you're convinced
유모죠.
he's guilty. We have evidence that Suzanne was working with an accomplice, Noah Garrity. I order you to release the reporter and arrest this Moreau.
Let me just check my last lead. The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe. The results just came in.
I know how hard this is.
그 DNA가 얘랑
Get the DNA
일치하면
Detective Locke. I will give you
얘는 진짜
1 hour
개박살인 거야.
maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne
검사는
Moreau.
귀찮나?
Thank you, sir.
이런 검사가 세상에 많을까?
An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk. Case files. This is all a game to him, and he doesn't add this to the file. The only comfortable chair in the whole station. But there's no time to rest. An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk.
의자. 어디로 가야 되지 그러면? 여긴 아니잖아. 뭐 하나 싶겠다 쟤는. 이 새끼 뭐지? 뭐 하세요?
An extra computer so I don't have to go all the way out to my desk.
그 컴퓨터를 쓰라고. 검식 결과 나왔다며.
An extra computer so I don't have to go all.
뭐지? 뭐 나가지지도 않고.
Who did you call earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was your accomplice, wasn't it? You were telling him to start the fire.
An accomplice?
I know it was Noah you called.
I'm saying nothing more without the presence of my lawyer.
Stay right where you are. I'm not done with you yet.
Wow. Do I hear grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, detective.
All I need is one more phone call to the lab. I know it's you and I'm going to prove it.
이랬는데 아니면 좀 쪽팔리겠다.
Hello, this is Joanna Locke. I need the results of the DNA test I asked you for.
Hi, detective. Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects yet. It'll take 7 more hours. I'm sorry, but you are not the only one on the waiting list.
Send your analysis to my computer in the
내가
office. I'll do the
검사하겠다.
comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
이러면 밑보일 텐데 너무 막무가내로 이렇게 하면.
It's my last chance.
일단 중간 저장 한번 할까? 이거 보니까 자동 저장이 없는 것 같더라고. 가자. ATG. 모르겠네. 이렇게 비교해 보는 거야? 신기하네. 근데 마우스로도 되니까 마우스로 하죠. 안 일치하는데? 미확인 DNA랑 오두막이랑은 아니고 TTC ATA TTC TTC ATA TTC TTC ATA TTC 어? 여기가 일치해. 다른 부분을 찾아보면은 완전 일치하는 데가 있지 않을까? 얘네끼리 비교하는 건 아닌 것 같고 요 중앙에 있는 요거랑 비교하는 것 같아. TTC, ATA, TTC. 아 이게 여기는 딱 맞는데. 근데 문제는 여기 말고 TTC가 없어. GAA, TCC, GGC. GAA. GAA가 없는 것 같은 느낌? GAA. 안 보이는데? 예. 그럼 일단 이거는 제외하고 ATC, GGC, ATA. ATC 일치 안 해. 큰일 났네. 그러면 아니야. 확실히 샅샅이 잘 뒤져. 미첼 클락이 지금 문제잖아. 미첼 클락. 잘 봐. CCC 찾아봐. CCC. CCC. 여기밖에 없는데. CCG는 있는데. CCC. GTA 아니고 CCC 인데 오른쪽 끝이 안 되고. 야 아니야. 얘는 아니야. 이 머리카락 아니고 ATC, GGC, ATA, ATA, ATA. 이것도 아니었죠? 이렇게 비교해봤을 때 틀렸고. CTA, GGA, ATC. ATT, ATC. 이거는 아예 어울리는 게 없는 듯. 아니면 딱 중앙에 있는 ATT, ATG 이걸로 찾아볼까? 다 일치해야 되는 거잖아, 결국은. 이거는 없는 것 같은데. 그러면은 TTA, CCA, CCA. 오잉? 수잔.
No. No. Suzanne? I don't understand. I was sure it would be Clark's hair. I'll have to let him go.
뭐지? 그냥 수잔이 나쁜 기집애네. 그러면 이렇게 되면 유머가. 아 저기요.
You can leave.
Sorry it didn't work out for you,
안녕히
detective.
가세요.
Maybe you should consider a career change.
와 60세.
We are not done.
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice but to return to the Armstrong house to arrest Suzanne Moreau.
문 열려 있다. 뭐죠?
The arrest warrant for Suzanne Moreau.
덜덜.
Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When Suzanne comes up for trial,
근데 이거 아무리
I
봐도
will
얘도
fight for her
그냥
defense.
공범인
But
거
for
아니야?
now, the district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word.
얘가 너무 색안경 끼고 보고 있는 것 같기도. 모든 증거가 걔를 가리키고 있으면 그냥 걔지 뭐. 네가 틀렸다는 거, 얜 죽어도 자기가 틀렸어도 틀렸다는
the door
걸
is wide open.
인정 안 하는 느낌이야. 얘가 그죠?
How strange.
Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau? This is Detective Locke.
뭐지?
Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke. You must get up now. Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau, can you hear me?
죽은 거 아니야?
Suzanne Moreau is dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her
뭐야?
body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
덜덜. 주변 봐야 되나? 이 주변에? 뭐야?
She must have realized at last how she'd been used, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her.
또 이민자가. 근데 진짜 이거 얘가 쓴 거 아니야? 살려서 풀어주면 입을 열까 두려웠어. 모로가 쓴 거 아님?
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother.
어머니 아픈 거는 진실.
Suzanne's diary is missing.
휴지다. 반지 없어진 거 아니야? 반지는 있네. 데이지 꽂힌 거 같은 느낌.
The glasses are
안경.
missing.
레미제라블.
It appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these drugs. I called the district attorney to inform him.
This is Detective Locke, sir.
자살한 것으로
Armstrong house.
보인다.
You arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until
났구만.
forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by.
The investigation was officially closed.
뭔가.
I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed.
아니 근데
I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took,
수잔이 진짜
I would hunt him down.
가담 안 한 거 맞아? 이 정도면 뭔가 이상한데. 수잔도 그냥 한 편 아니었을까? 뭔가 이상하네. 이건 그리고 후진기어도 없냐? 그냥 뒤로 가면 안 돼?
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
어? 몰라.
Suzanne Moreau's boyfriend, the one who manipulated her and burned down the cabin. This was Ratchet?
No, he was an accomplice. Clark, the phony journalist, was the leader.
Michael Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means, motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in
그
plain
기자가
sight. Someone on the edge of a
라치시라고?
kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name. Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our number one suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know.
왜 이래?
What's wrong
건강이
with
많이 안
me?
좋나 본데?
Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful
몰래
trips
화장실
to
가는 거?
the ladies yesterday,
근데
I never
거기에서
left this
얘
room.
잠든 상태로 있었잖아.
I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
수면제 탔나? 슈미트가?
And now she nods off again.
좀
Is this a joke?
잘게요.
She must be faking, so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault. She must have been given a dangerous dose of sleeping pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching.
야, 내가 전문가야.
Stay
그
with her.
녀석아.
Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
But all of them together? Won't someone overhear your questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They
다
will
모아놓고
speak
한
softly
번에 뭘
because they
하려고?
want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
아직 사건의 실마리가 솔직히 거의 안 보여요. 생각보다 꽤 많은 진행을 한 것 같은데
I
많이.
hope your investigation is going well.
어른이
Mr.
잘하겠죠.
Poirot.
안녕히 계세요. 꽤 많이 진행한 것 같은데 사건의 실마리가 그나마 하나는 빡치니까 말 걸지 말라고요. 말 걸지 마세요. 어른이 알아서 하겠죠. 제가 탐정인데. 그나마 하나는 그거? 그 여기 앉아있던 그 여자 이름 뭐였지? 얘가 엄청 깊게 연관돼 있음 이 사건에.
I hope we will be leaving soon.
네. 마트루시카? 마트루시카 뭐야? 가자. 너
I
뭐하니?
should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
뭐 하고 있는
I
거야?
should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
위에 오렌지야? 재봉틀처럼 생겼는데? 뭐지? 뭘까? 자, 한번 봅시다.
The passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
Cassetti.
Should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... he murdered that poor little girl?
띠용.
Mr. McQueen, the man you work
이제는
for
길게
is
얘기도
a
안 해. 아세요?
kidnapper
뭐 하세요?
named
이런 것도 안 해.
Cassetti.
그냥 네 고용주는 쓰레기입니다.
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk!
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled the case, Mr. Poirot.
Oh?
I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once. She was a lovely woman, so
이런 우연이?
heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in
스페인에선
Spain, where I
모르겠던데요.
have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No! No!
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A
아는
horrific
애들이
crime
몇
that claimed
없네.
the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, of course.
미국에서의 생활? 일단 다 물어보자.
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until
뭐지?
recently.
둘이 러브러브야?
What is
솔직하게
your
말해줘.
relationship to
둘이
Captain
러브러브니?
Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former
Who? 이러고 있네.
soldier traveling with
일방적인
us.
러브러브였던
You must
거야?
have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this
뭘까?
I am familiar.
나 왜 잘 모르겠죠? 이스탄불역 승강장이 아니지 않나?
Are you sure everything
이스탄불역
you have
승강장이
told me is
아니잖아.
accurate,
호텔에서 만난 거 아니야?
Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
그니까.
Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlian Hotel.
You were spying on me.
I am very attentive to my surroundings. It
네 한쪽
helps
귀걸이
in my
개방해서
profession.
나왔어.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his
그러니까
room,
둘이
I
러브러브
also
했구만.
discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
개그 방송이지만
I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's
언제나
got
재밌는
nothing to
방송을
do with this business. Nothing. You hear?
지향합니다. 뭐야? 잠깐만 나 물 따르고 있는데. 아! 개같이 맞았다 씨발.
Archie, stop.
Captain, no. This behavior is unworthy of an officer and a
절대
gentleman.
고개 숙이지 않는 대영 제국이 신사인 줄 알았는데 바로 고개 숙였어야 돼.
Archie, we should go.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor actor. The truth is that Your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship were some
얘가
cleverly
일방적으로
disguised
좋아하는
secret,
걸까?
but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another.
그건
at
아닌가 봐.
every
서로
opportunity.
눈빛을 주고받았다는
You
거.
cannot hide your love.
근데 왜
Everybody
숨기냐고.
knows.
굳이?
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr.
그럼
Poirot.
이 앞에서 말해줄래요?
I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of
데버넘은
that what you will.
거지 같은 기집애야라고 얘기해 주시겠어요?
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their relationship, but this scene
근데
convinces me
왜?
there is more that is not
왜
so
숨기는 건데? 그냥 말하면
This
되잖아.
murder has everyone on edge.
아 그래요?
In my
어이구.
25-year career, I have
고생하셨습니다.
never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing
뭔가
this train
사건이-
ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
What do you have in mind?
The broken
이래서
watch
명작인가?
on Monsieur Ratchet's
뭔가
wrist, for example,
감춰진
and
부분이
the
굉장히 많아.
handkerchief found near the body. Who does that
저도
belong
건강
to?
조심해야죠.
This
지금 목
little drama
부어가지고.
we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend.
그래, 네가
Will you
로크실을 좀
return to your
보고.
watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
못 믿어온데 그 새끼. 시계가 고장난 시간이 오전 1시 15분. 일단 가설을 한번 세워볼까? H.
That was easy.
알파벳도 모르냐? 손수건 주인은 누구일까? 일단 비싸 보이는 손수건이었죠. 허버드라고 생각을 했는데 허버드는 아니라 그랬어. 그래? 아이고 아프면 고생이야. 근데 이 백작 부인은 어디 갔지? 일단 이름에 H가 들어가는 사람이면 허버드, 헥터, 호타루, 힐데가르데, 하드먼. 끝? 예?
I must admit I'm not
그래,
right
그래.
this time.
한 명 H 들어가는. 얘 뭐
That's
이름이나
the right
성이나
answer.
그게 H가 있었나 보네. 이름 모르는 사람 신문하기. 시계에 관한 가설. 내 생각에는 일단 벌어진 시간. 조작, 도망.
Think,
도망이 아니야?
That is not a good answer.
나는 살인 사건 벌어진
Consider
후에
all the
고장났다고 생각을 했는데. 그럼
Yes,
이
there
이후에
are
죽었다는
only
거잖아.
three possible hypotheses. The watch has been tampered with, or it is out of adjustment, or it indicates the time of the murder.
근데 일단
I shall
사망 추정
explore these
시간이
last two possibilities
12시부터
before reaching
2시였나?
any conclusions.
1시부터
If the watch
2시였나?
is out of adjustment, it may be broken. There may also be another reason related directly to Ratchet.
일단 이름에 H
Maybe
들어가는
the
사람들은
watch is
다
set to another time
확인을 해봅시다.
zone.
호타루 씨, 왜 누구세요? 모순되는 정보. 시계 유리가 깨지기 전에 시계가 제대로 작동했다는 사실을 알 수 있을까?
I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong.
근접 패치 3개 중에 2개가 틀렸으니까 당연한 거 아니냐?
I must
어?
admit I'm
잠깐만.
not
뭐야?
right
뒤에
this
뭐가
time.
있네. 이게 아닌가?
The watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving.
안에 있는 파편 때문인가?
That's the right answer.
파편 때문에 못 움직이는 건가요? 그러니까 시계는 고장나지 않았다. 유리가 깨진 순간이 이 초침이 뭐 안 움직이는 순간인 거야. 아? 이게 아니라고. 레치 흉내는 했잖아. 우리가 들었잖아 근데.
voilà.
근데 왜 이게 아니지? 살인사건이 1시 15분에 벌어졌음을 나타내지만 레칫의 살해 용의자는 이미 오전 12시 37분에 레칫 객실에 있었다. 그러니까 무관하진 않을지 몰라도 이것 때문에 뭐 살해 시간이 정해지진 않는다. 그건 아직 모르는 거다. 이스탄불이요? 여기잖아.
Right.
아니 이건 써져 있는데. 우리가 벨그레이드 지나서 빈코브치 지나서 여기에 멈춰 있는 거 아니야? 지금 마우스 있는 요쯤?
Adequate.
설마.
If this theory is correct, then the murder took place
맞네.
at 12:15 a.m. I must interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
아, 그렇네. 맞아. 아버스넛이랑 얘기하는 애가 누구였더라? 일단 얘가 맥케인이었나? 데버너미 올슨. 호버드 혼자네.
That was easy.
데이비드 마르티네즈님 어서오시고 반갑습니다. 커플 때문에 배 아파서 어쩔 수 없지. 추우면 커플이 꼭 붙어 다닌단 말이야. 일단은 호타루를 찾아서 한번 보자. 그쵸? 닉 바뀌면 저는 알 수가 없죠. 닉 바뀌면 알 수가 없죠. 얘한테 한번 물어보자.
Sorry to bother you, Monsieur Mori. I have a question to ask you.
Please
근데
make
너무
it
고급진
quick.
손수건이라 얘는
I
아닐걸.
have a meal to prepare.
여자 방송인들? 신기하네.
This handkerchief embroidered with an H, is it yours?
No, I've never seen it before.
Thank you. That is all I
일단은
wanted to
모른다
I
그러고.
hope your investigation won't interfere
야,
with
메뉴에
today's
영양 가고
menu.
나발이고 저녁은 굶어도 돼. 살인사건 용의자 찾는 게 중요한 거지. 이 새끼가 이 말하는 뻔소리가. 갑자기 일본 여자분이랑 전용 약속잡은 얘기는 왜 하시는 건지 너무 뜬금없네요. 게임 방송에서. 일단 얘는 아니고 넘어가 보자. 그러면 H가 들어가는 다른 녀석이 일단 문 열 수 있는 데는 다 열어봐야겠어. 요런 창고 같은 데 빼고. 니들은 뭐하니 도대체?
Monsieur Foscarelli, I would like to ask you a few questions if you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was a
이탈리아 사람이었죠? 전기차?
when would you get around to me? Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry. We
이거
have
뭐
a small problem.
과일
The
가는
orange
기계니?
juicer has broken down and
주스
I
기계.
can't fix it. Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't a car engine.
아하.
I am doing my best.
Even with the two of us, we can't
그래,
manage.
이름
Let
바꾸면은
me
저는 알
guess.
수가 없어요.
You call upon Poirot to help.
I'd be happy to answer your questions when we finished.
일단 이거 고쳐주자. 시점을 바꿀 수는 없나? 시점 못 바꾸는 게 좀 싫네. 이게 아니잖아. 이거 어떻게 빼? 아니, 오케이. 이러면 돌고. 이게 아닌데? 여기에서 위에를 이렇게 하고 여기를 이렇게 하면 도는데 뭔가고 잠시만 뭔가 애매하고 이거를 여기다 이러면 안 돼. 붕 떠. 이러면 돌기야 도는데 이거 아니야. 그나마 다행이지 시간 잡는 게. 얼라리 아래쪽이 돌아가고 여기는 위에 쪽에 돌아가게 돼서 이게 이렇게 알았다. 이렇게 하고 오잉? 돌고
Voila, it should work correctly now.
오케이. 아니 이걸 못하십니까? 엔지니어라는 인간이 됐냐?
Bravo. I should stick to
Bravo.
automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur
자동차도
Foscarelli,
잘
is it-
만질런지가 좀
Antonio
걱정되긴 하네.
Foscarelli, delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
you have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is
소문 다
talking
났어.
about.
일단 사건.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last
미국에
10
가본 적은
years.
You
있다.
remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong?
어?
The name? Yes.
알고 있네.
It was a little girl. A baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic
진짜 그냥
affair.
톱니바퀴만
Did
몇 개
you know
뚱땅거리는
that
건데
Cassetti, the
자동차
kidnapper, was
정비공이라는 놈이
actually
저런 걸 모르네.
Ratchet?
Oh, no. Then he deserved to die. I mean,
굿다.
wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Master, had a
맞아. 치통
toothache.
있는 애.
Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you
얘는
hear
이탈리아
anything or
사람입니다.
notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
일단은
Thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
계속 누워 있었다. 라는데
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange
나한테는 한
juice
잔
back
그냥
on the
말아주면 안
menu.
되냐? 내가 고쳐줬는데.
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are
힐데가르데 슈미트.
Hildegard Schmidt?
얘도
I
자꾸
am
뭔가
Nicole.
겹칩니다. 슈미트.
And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct. May I ask you for a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but
아니.
first may I ask for your help?
Why does this
이젠
not
놀랍지도
surprise me?
않군요.
I don't know.
I am at your service.
여기에 탄 사람들은
My
왜
mistress,
자기 문제를
Princess
해결할 줄을
Dragomir,
모르는지.
has asked me to open this traditional matryoshka doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
Ah, you are a gentleman.
그러니까 이게 너무 텍스트로만 진행되면 게임이 지루하니까 중간중간 퍼즐처럼 이렇게 넣은 것 같은 느낌. 열어요 이걸. 어? 아 이런 거요? 어이구. 어이. 이게 아니야? 그래? 이게 맞네. 요 다음에 여기를 이렇게. 이런 마트리오시카가 다 있어. 어? 이건 다 맞는 거 아닌가? 뭐지? 아! 와, 야, 이건 좀 악의적인데? 이렇게야, 일단. 야, 이건 너무 빡센 거 아니야? 왜냐면 리본 요 빨간 오른쪽 위에 오른쪽 리본 부분이 여기 살짝 그려져 있어. 이건 좀 많이 빡센데. 여기랑 겹치는 거는 이건데요. 근데 이 아래쪽이 틀렸을 거라는 생각도 해야 되고. 아니 기다려봐. 저 안에 요 순서가 요거대로 돼야 되는 건 아니지. 굳이 이 안쪽을 보여주는 이유가 뭘까? 만약에 그렇다면 위에는 핑크가 돼야 되는데 핑크는 또 아닌데. 역순으로 생각해볼까? 하늘색, 파란색, 빨간색, 핑크색? 하늘색. 뭐야 돌아가네. 이런 거지 같은 거 어디 다 안 들어간 줄 알았네. 아이씨 안 들어간 줄 알았는데. 그니까. 근데 뭐 돌아간다고? 바뀌는 게 있나? 돌아가도 바뀌는 건 딱히 없어요. 다 그놈이 그놈 같아 보인단 말이지. 일단 내 생각대로 해보자. 파란색, 핑크색. 이건 아닌데. 이렇게 했는데 해결이 안 된다. 그러면 여기 핑크. 이건 절대 아니야. 리본이 잘려 이렇게 되면. 뭘까? 어색한 부분을 모르겠어. 달라지는 게 있는 거야? 안 어색한데? 겁내 자연스러운데? 퍼즐을 싫어해서? 아니 근데 이거는 퍼즐이고 멋있게임이고 그냥 틀린 그림 찾기 수준인데 이렇게 된 거 어쩔 수 없다. 경우의 수로 간다. 자, 핑크색부터. 아니고 빨간색, 핑크색, 보라색 아니고 파란색, 핑크색, 빨간색, 핑크색 아니고. 그럼 틀렸는데? 맨 위에가 그럼 이게 뿌잉? 원래 이상하다. 다 틀렸어. 원래? 다시 파란색, 빨간색 아니고 빨간색, 핑크색. 아 겹치기도 하나 혹시? 막 빨간 핑크 이런 식으로도 되나? 그러면 오마이 갓인데 이거. 설마. 그런가 본데. 역전재판도 재밌지. 한 역전재판 2편 정도 했었었나? 재밌었어. 빨간색. 아니 다 그냥 하늘색으로 만들어버려? 이건 좀 아니올시다. 뭔가 힌트가 없어. 진짜 그냥 보고 눈 겁내 크게 뜨고 맞나 싶으면은 맞아. 아님 말고 어쩔 뚱땡. 미묘하게 살짝 다른 것 같으면 딴 걸로 바꾸고. 아 이거 2개 다 맞는 것 같은데 아래쪽. 이건 미묘하게 달라. 알 수가 없네. 뭐냐? 힌트 없어? 힌트? 힌트 한번 써보자. 과연 어떤 식으로 하는 거였을까? 핑크, 빨강, 파랑 하늘. 이거대로 했었잖아. 이거대로. 에? 아 이건 아니라고 안 해. 야 잠깐만. 아니 리본이 잘렸는데 왜 그게 맞는 거임? 이해가 안 된다. 왜? 왜지? 리본이 잘려 있었잖아. 맨 위에 게 핑크면 리본이 잘리는데? 좀 이상하네 이거. 약간 퍼즐이. 오, 2개 같이 돌아가요 이거? 근데 돌아가는 양이 달라요. 오, 이거 3개 같이 돌아가요. 무조건 이거. 야 이건 좀 빡세다. 위에 거 2개는 같이 돌아가는데 위에 게 1칸 돌아갈 때 아래 게 2칸 돌아가. 아 이게 딱 오른쪽으로 갔으면 맞는데 까비. 좀 아쉽고. 아, 이 자꾸 조금씩 한 칸씩 어긋나네. 개 같은 거. 이런 거지 같은 일이 다 있나? 아니 자꾸 한 칸씩 어긋나. 그러니까 아래쪽에 있는 파란색이 오른쪽 2번째 와야 돼. 오른쪽 1번째가 아니야. 안 맞는 거 아니지? 어이씨 열받네. 빡쳐. 개 같은 거. 절대 안 맞죠. 이들은 영원히. 근데 사실 이렇게 막 하다 보면은 어떻게 돼요? 될 때가 있어요. 근데 영원히 안 맞물리는 것 같은 느낌도 자꾸 드는데. 그러니까 이걸 잘 써야 돼. 중앙을 잘 써야 돼. 중앙을 잘 써서 위랑 아래쪽이 두 칸 차이가 나게 만들어야 돼. 지금 두 칸 차이가 나기는 해요. 이러면 문제는 잠깐만, 한 칸 차이 난다. 이러면 안 돼. 지금이 딱 두 칸 차이거든. 아니다, 한 칸 차이 난다. 복잡해라. 뭐하니 지금? 사실 이 정도로 막 돌려봤으면은 한번 얻어 걸릴 때도 됐는데, 그죠? 굉장히 안타까운 일이군요. 얻어 걸렸다. 진심. 개 같은 거. 신이 하는 친구.
Inscription reads, "To my dearest friend."
Thank you very much. This doll reminds
아,
her
힘들어.
of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will,
그러니까
she
저 방금
rose
전에
to
그
be the
퍼즐은
head of
거지
a
같은
museum
부분이
of
뭐냐면
antiquities in St.
우리는 한 번에 한쪽
Petersburg.
면밖에 못
Even
보는데
though she
실제로
now
우리가
lives in
저걸
Berlin,
들고 퍼즐을
it is said that
풀면
the Kremlin
손 한번
still
살짝
fears her.
돌려도 바로 옆에를 볼 수
She must
있잖아.
be a
그러니까 내가 보고 있는
formidable
면에서
woman
무조건
indeed.
들어맞는 게
You
아니야.
are her maid?
방금
I am
전에도
her
오른쪽
companion.
면에서 들어맞았거든.
I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
뭐 하셨죠 어제?
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed
그럼
my
그
help. Her
기모노가
back troubles
부인인가?
her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
일단은 오케이.
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you.
의심하니까 싫어하네.
Thank you for answering my questions, madame.
일단 한 명 끝. 개슈? 없고. 저기요.
Monsieur,
너 아직 타
I
있었구나.
am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise.
스빈다.
First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny.
Your home
Rodolphe.
is...
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your
그러게 네
diplomatic
상무님은
missions?
왜
Yes, and
네
why not?
와이프는 왜 계속 갔대?
Was there
따라오게.
anything else you wanted to know?
일단은 헝가리 외교관 나이 18살 34살
My little grey cells did not let me down.
Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife.
아내가 뭐 기차
We went
멀미를
to
한다는
bed
얘기를.
early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my
외교관도
wife
핸드폰
woke
게임을
up
하네.
and couldn't get back to sleep.
수면제가 많이 나와요
She took
지금.
a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
일단 오케이.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
It was the kidnapping of a child.
저
A very
백작 부인이랑은
sad affair. The culprit
신문을 할 수가
was
없겠지,
the
그지?
man on this
몸
train who
상태가 안
called
좋다니까?
himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
근데 뭐 아내 아팠다고 하면은
Yeah,
아내랑
yeah.
같이 있었겠지.
The good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question?
얘는 손수건 자기 거 아니라고 했죠.
Anything I can do to help?
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss
슈미트.
Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's
슈미트
maid.
아니라고 했는데.
I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
아니라 그랬었죠. 힐데가르드는. 여기가 죽은 방이고 여기 내 방.
Hello. Can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe.
얘가
You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus
손수건을
Hart.
쓰기엔 너무
Yes.
존닉처럼
The fact that
생겼다.
murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run
Oui.
across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover.
헐?
I'm a private detective,
뭐야?
just like you, from the U.S.
아이고.
Think.
나이가 55이라고? 왜 이렇게 많아?
That's the right answer.
탐정이었구나.
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some
아,
threatening
얘는
letters. I was supposed to watch his
제안을
back.
받아들인 거구나.
And yeah, something I failed to
아무튼
do.
저는
He seemed to think
실패했네요.
he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid. Ratchet's secretary.
Were you on duty last night?
어젯밤 뭘 하셨죠?
I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle, he was there most of the time too,
움직였는데.
except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call
40분쯤에
from
움직였다
Ratchet's
하잖아.
room. Then he was
아,
absent
1시부터
again for a
그치.
while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No. I
화들짝
didn't
놀랐네.
know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
쓰레기.
Did you have any idea who was behind the
어째서
threatening
쓰레기에
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a
고용
small
당한
man.
것이죠?
Dark
사설
hair,
탐정씨.
with a womanish kind of voice.
Oh, thank you for your help. Do
목소리가
you
여자
have any
같았다.
idea who was behind the threatening?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a...
뭔가
Is
연출이
this
살짝 다른데?
handkerchief
아닌가?
embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief
그건 그래.
like that?
좀
Thank
레이디가
you
쓸 것
for
같은.
answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot. I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
명예할 게 있나요? 이름도 안 알려진 쓰레기 사설 탐정씨? 뭐 이상한.
It has been a while since I
핸드폰을
have
쓰고
seen one of those.
엄청 옛날 거 아닌가 이거? 뭔가 스마트폰도 아닌 놈이 스마트폰인 척하는 그 핸드폰 아니었나? 왜 안 움직여? 다음 계세요?
I am not prepared to receive anyone.
죄송한데
Come back
님도
later.
용의 선생
Very well,
있거든요?
madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
나쁜 새끼.
So, my friend,
아니야.
have you
한참
finished your
남았다, 이거.
investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
지기요?
I hope your investigation is
어린이
going
알아서
well,
잘
Mr.
하시겠죠?
Poirot.
말 걸지 마세요.
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
우리 턱돌이는 이 손수건 알까?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
면으로 된 거 안 쓴다.
I won't bother you anymore.
더 컬 오브 더 와일드 야생의 부름 잭 런던. 일단 다 이러면 말은 걸어본 거 아닌가? 안드레니 백작 부인을 어떻게 콘스탄틴은 어디에 있지? 비켜봐, 콘스탄틴이랑 얘기해야 돼. 얘랑은 지금 얘기할 수가 없네. 마진 알리바이. 백작 부인이랑 공작 부인만 남았는데 이거는 어쩌지? 여기요, 말 좀 합시다. 님 2명만 남았어요.
I am not prepared.
Very well.
아, 이러면 손수건은 다 지 거 아니라 그러고. 뭘까? 뭘까? 뭘 해야 될까? 지금 여기서 뭐야? 아니 왜 중간중간에 안 움직여지지? 뭐지? 잠깐만, 여기 저기에서만 계속 안 움직여지거든. 버그 걸렸나? 뭔가? 또 되네. 다시 이쪽으로 가보자. 이거 봐! 왜 이래? 뭔가 연출이 나와야 되는 거 아니야 이거? 근데 버그 걸려서 안 나오는 건가? 설마. 어? 아.
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
아내를
You
사랑하시네요.
are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrini.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married,
결혼했나?
Mr. Poirot?
No.
아,
I fear marriage is not for
저는
me.
그런 거
But
몰루해요.
her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
내가
If
도와드릴깝쇼.
you allowed me, perhaps I could come in and see if I can help your wife.
Are you a doctor? I thought you were a detective.
We have much in common, do you not think? We both try to find solutions to mysteries.
Then I won't keep you from the mystery you are undoubtedly more
어?
qualified to solve.
말놈심, 나쁜 새끼. 어떻게 그렇게 말을 해? 개너무하네. 저기요.
Monsieur,
도와주세요.
Can I help?
아내를
You-
사랑하시는군요.
I would.
No.
She.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor
의사.
on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
나중에 오라 그러죠. 이럴까?
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well. I will find him.
오.
Thank you very much.
저기요. 와이프님. 얘도 좀 무섭게 생겼다.
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot.
근데
I
뭐
overheard you
생각보다
sent
멀쩡해
my
보이네.
husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few
그러니까
questions.
남편이 과보야.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot.
보스턴
Yes.
출신인 것까지 그냥
Born and
억양으로
raised in
알아버리네.
what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling,
비공식적으로는
travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
만담을 해버리네. 일단 무직이에요. 미국에. 오케이.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
근데 사실상 하는 일은 외교관.
A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena. with an E.
엘레나.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep,
열차
but
멀미를
I
한다
couldn't
했었죠.
because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took
누워
a sleeping
있으면
pill
오히려
and
나은데.
that did the trick.
멀미 같은 거.
When did the train's motion prevent
배멀미도
you
누워서
from
자는 게
sleeping?
최고야.
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know
예,
because I
말씀하셔요.
must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
아니요. 매기솔은 딱히 해볼 생각 없는데. 그거는 시리즈가 망했잖아. 예전 것도 딱히. 일단 보자. 이때는 열차가 운행을 안 했는데.
Calm now, Countess. You are not telling me
이때는
the truth.
Why do you say that?
눈사태 때문에 멈춰 있었는데.
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow. So there was no shaking of the train.
남편이 침대 흔든
But
겁니까?
You told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know. You're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
여보.
Dare you? I didn't do anything wrong.
얘 왜 이래?
I'm going to find my
뭐가
husband.
있는데 얘가? 호호. 갑오.
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I
갑오
can
한번
now
볼까?
inspect this
오,
room in peace.
아싸. 갑오.
There seems to be something missing.
레버 같은 게 빠져 있는 것 같고 오르골이 있네요. 일단은 이거 돌릴 수 있는 게 있고, 그죠? 버튼 누르는.
It's closed. It's closed.
클로스드가 닫혔다는 뜻인데 해결했다고 잘못해서 그런데. 그레이트 위대한 개츠비. 액세서리구나. 저게 요즘 뭐 죄다
These must be the
수면제를
sleeping
들고 댕기냐.
pills that Countess Andreni took last night.
뭘까? 새, 장미, 나뭇잎. 근데 순서는 모르겠네요. 순서가 뭐지? 이게 중앙이고 좌우인가? 그럼 새, 장미, 나뭇잎이 순서인 건데. 새, 장미, 나뭇잎. 여기가 나뭇잎, 여기가 새니까 새랑 나뭇잎 위치 바꿔보자. 아! 순서 뭐임? 여기 새 그려져 있고. 그냥 새가 그려져 있네요. 여기에는 자수? 뭐 아무튼 금박 같은 걸로 새가 그려져 있어. 그러니까 여기에서 레버를 찾아서 돌리는 것 같은 느낌. 밑엔 뭐 토성, 별, 음표, 태양. 이건 아니고 우리는 이거부터 풀어야 되는 것 같은데. 장미, 새, 나뭇잎. 이게 중앙. 나뭇잎이 중앙이다. 장미가 왼쪽, 새가 오른쪽. 아, 밑에 그려져 있었네. 에이씨. 됐다. 레버. 됐고. 집어넣고. 뭐야? 오잉? 뭘까? 어쩔 뚱땡일까? 이 토성 이 부분도 돌아가나요? 한번 보자. 돌아가네. 이 부분이 돌아가는데 뭐 왜 된 거야? 아니 아무것도 안 했는데 뭐야 이거? 힌트 보면 재미없잖아. 아니 애초에 처음 거를 어떻게 풀었는지를 모르겠어갖고 두 번째 것도 모르겠어. 큰일 났다. 개뽀르고 풀어갖고 이러면 안 되는데. 뭐지?
An engraving written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic.
H.
It looks like a first name.
사진 찍어.
An engraving written in.
헬레나와 엘레나가 아니고
For
헬레나였네.
my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia.
Sonia?
Helena with an H.
소니아면은 걔 아니야? 와이프?
For
암스트롱
my
와이프?
beautiful young ladies, it's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
아,
Poirot, have you no shame?
다 알았다. 사건 불렸어.
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a
자간.
very helpful emotion for a detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do
지가 아프고
apologize,
싶을 때
but
아픈 거
I
보면은 뭐
needed to
질병의 신
search your
병신인가요?
compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion
네,
was
약간
addressed to you.
버르장 머리 없긴 해.
Sonia.
근데
Sonia
니들이 먼저 비협조적으로
Armstrong,
나왔잖아.
your
경찰이 있었으면
oldest
압수수색이야 이씨.
The mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
그렇지.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the
골든버그.
sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my
미간 필러를 어제
We
맞아서.
hid the truth from you when we learned that the
그리고
man
코에도
killed
보형물을
last
넣으셨나? 왜
night
이렇게
was the
땅땅해
person who
보이시냐?
destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of
아니
your
당연히 협조를
investigation.
해줘야지
If
살인
I
사건이
found the
났는데.
handkerchief
협조 안
in
하면 여기
Monsieur
선상 바로
Ratchet's
올라가는
room
거야.
embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds
거짓말 같은데.
awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth.
남편이 알고 있었는데
I hope
대신
so.
죽여준 건가?
I'll let you
그러면은
rest.
남편이 손수건을 흘릴 리가 없고 아내를
The
위기에
matter of
빠지게
the
하는
H
거
on
아니야?
the handkerchief still
그러니까.
needs clearing up.
손수건에 대한
But
의문.
first, I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
그거는 러시아 사람이 한 명 있죠. 우리 어르신. 아? 내가 알아서 해 그냥 번역? 아, 나의 지식의 힘을 보여주겠다. 근데 이게 H가 맞나요? 뭔가 H가 맞는 것 같고 A 이건 T A R일까? R? 아니 L 그 다음에 저건 N? 여기는 R인데 오른쪽에서 두 번째가 N? 오! 나탈리아.
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train.
이렇게 이어진다고?
addition,
왜?
her first name begins with an H in Cyrillic. That's the right answer.
무조건 공작 부인을 만나야겠는데? 근데 만나기 싫다고 막 토라지시던데. 안 되겠다. 이제 안 만날 수가 없어. 공작 부인 여기서도 안 만나면은 그냥 일단 구속시켜 버릴게요.
I am not prepared to receive anyone.
오호.
Come back later.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you
대화할
just
상황
now.
아니면은
Madame,
뭐
I
그냥
know
가만히
that
있습니다.
Sonia
그러면
Armstrong is your goddaughter.
오케이 알았누.
Come in,
튀어나오네.
please.
아이고.
Please forgive
암스트롱
my
사건에서부터 지금
intrusion,
여기까지
madame,
다 이어진
but I
거야.
really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced. Yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce
됨됨이.
some things about her.
깐깐하시던데. 박물관 관장. 러시아. 나이는 26. 85.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
I will first ask you about last night.
수면제
Will you
먹이고
tell me
죽이는
your
거면은
moves?
할머니도 죽일 수
I
있죠.
went to bed just after dinner.
할머니가 살해를 할 수
I
있죠.
read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45
맞아. 슈미트가
a.m.
1시간 정도
to
마사지했다
give me
그랬어.
a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see. The first
손수건.
initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot. And I was the head of a museum of
나
antiquities
러시아인데
in
그걸
St.
왜 나한테
Petersburg
얘기해?
for
당연히
decades,
알지 이 새끼야.
until I moved
이런
to
말투.
Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
그럼 이것도 네 거겠네요.
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room.
띠용.
Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
손가락질
Possibly
버르장머리
to
없는 거 봐.
protect me. She is very loyal.
넘어가려고
The
그런다
next
바로.
question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply
내가
to
할
that
질문을
is
대신
that I have
해주시네.
no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a
간마도.
revelation.
근데
I have never
데모라는 게
hidden the
정확히
fact,
뭐야?
monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly.
네, 약간 의무
But
같은
his
느낌.
wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of
우리나라에는
friendship
거의
with her mother,
없는 개념이라서
the
잘
actress
모르겠어.
Linda
가파도
Arden.
대부도
Linda Arden was a
정확히 무슨
genius,
뜻인지 모르겠어.
one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art,
린다 아든.
I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Elena Andreni is the sister of Sonia
그러니까 여기에
Armstrong,
암스트롱과
the late
그
mother
사건 관련된
of
애들이
Daisy
너무 많아.
Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong
그렇지.
family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed
그렇지.
while you were on board the same train.
너무
Second
우연이죠.
coincidence. Your handkerchief
손수건도
happens to be
사건
found
현장에
at the
있었고.
foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on
근데
the
얘
body
왼손잡이였나?
was by a left-handed person.
어떻게 알아?
You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If
신기하네
you
이거
report to
참.
the police
그지?
your
이런 느낌이야.
coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many
싹 가능이지.
potential
수면제 먹이고
witnesses who
그냥
saw me
빌빌대는
doddering
애
along the
찌르는데.
corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
내가
You are
봤는데.
right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or
맞아.
more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
일단 얘는 확정이고 앵무새? 방 안에서 대답했었다. 너야? 앵무새니? 앵무새는 창문 열면 날아오잖아. 앵무새 그런가? 그럴지도. 이거 어느 정도 살짝 해결이 돼가고 있는 느낌. 자, 둘이 얘는 슈미트. 하드먼은 미셸을 봤다 그랬고 얘는 마스터.
Et voilà.
일단 오케이. 부크.
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved.
아유,
She seems
괜찮습니다.
to be waking up little by little.
일은 중요하지.
What about
안녕히
you?
가시고요.
Your investigation progresses?
I find myself
아이고,
helping everyone with their problems before they can
자위를
help
하고
me
있어.
with mine. I have shifted.
맞아. 숙쥐 박스
hangovers,
옮기고 기계 고치고
repaired
너희
an orange
오렌지 주스 먹을
juicer,
때마다
unlocked
나한테
some
고마워야 된다 진짜.
Russian
내가 고쳤다.
dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
아유,
Don't forget
고생하셨습니다.
the dessert recipe.
How can
레시피
Truly,
너가
the
시켜가지고
labors of
거지.
Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean
그러니까
out the
뭐
Orgeon
허드렛 일이나 하고
stables.
있어.
Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The
손수건.
embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
그러니까 너무 우연이지.
Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book.
그러니까 이게
What are
말이
the
돼?
odds, do you think?
다 계획된 거 아니야 이거?
That I cannot see either
아예?
woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis.
그 알리바이가 거짓이면
I had
되는
three
건데.
theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual
그러니까 시계가
time
너무 많은
of
걸
the
표현하고
murder.
있어 지금.
The only
가능성이 너무 많아.
hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify.
그럼 너무 무서운 거
the
아니야?
watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it
그럼
indicated the
죽지.
time
무조건
of the
죽지
crime.
그러면.
Two women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are three women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
아, 이 새끼 맨날 일어났다가 잤다가 너 자러 왔나요? 여긴 어디죠?
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No. I never use sleeping pills.
이 지금
I
드셨네요.
inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose.
그러니까
That would explain your battle to shake
계속
off the
잤다가
effects.
일어나다.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but
얘한테
why would
뒤집어
she?
But
씌우려는
no one knew
거였을까?
who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
근데 알 수 있죠. 얘도 그 데이지 사건 관련된 형사고. 유령 용의자 슈미트.
This is
Oh.
wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
아? 뭐 얘야? 대번호? 얘 자꾸 거슬리긴 해.
I do
Nah.
not think that's the right answer.
허버다?
No, no,
나.
not good.
아, 닐슨.
I do
나.
not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not.
아니 얘네 둘이라고? 이건 좀 이상한데? 얘네 둘은 아니지.
I'm sure
예?
Monsieur Michel may have
미셸이?
drugged the tea
왜?
Mademoiselle Locke drank.
아, 가능한 애를
Fräulein
고르라는
Schmidt or
거면은
Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea.
그치.
They are really the only two people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date. to why I ended up on this
얘기가 너무
train.
길어.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
브레이드? 너무 빈약해. 정보가 너무 없다.
Without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything.
그럼 얘는 본업을 하면서 이걸 하고 있는
took home a
거잖아.
box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark.
마이클 클락의 죽음?
A bill from the power company
전기세.
with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up.
너무 슬프다. 오리엔트 익스프레스.
Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I?
꿈만 꾼다. 카레이서 출신이구나. 안토니오 포스카렐리.
This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board. Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case, and then this. Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago?
그러니까 누군가가 이 녀석의 신분을 훔쳐간 거죠. 그 녀석이 라쳇이었고, 레쳇. 뭐야? 열쇠 꾸러미 키링.
The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The
아이
keys
그
were just tossed in the
지방검사.
evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
걔는 아빠잖아. 저 자동차 전기차 회사 대변인 아빠. 사수. 뭔가 표시가 있네요. 오잉? 오!
What do they call this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal
신기하네.
in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
야, 이 신기하다 이거. 나도 하나 주라. 멋있고. 열쇠인데 안쪽에 뭐가 더 있네요. 여기. 그죠? 3569.
A key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
열쇠 칼. 호신용 무기가 굉장히 많네. 이것도 퍼즐인데. 나 뭘까? 아, 이런 게 돼. 이렇게. 오. 신기하네. 근데 이게 잠깐만. 일단 이 상태에서 한번 좀 보자. 이 두 개에다가 이거 어떻게 하나 한쪽에다가 모든 게 몰아져야 될 것 같긴 하거든. 요런 식으로. 그리고 요 녀석이 오른쪽 아래로 가야 되나? 그러면 그게 돼? 아, 오케이. 이것도 뒤집어야 되고. 어이, 빡세네. 여기까진 맞는데. 아, 요것만 왔어도. 근데 이런 퍼즐은 좀 못하거든. 한쪽 면에 우겨 넣어야 되는데. 힘들어. 해골이구나. 그러면 이게 위로 가야 되네. 아래쪽에 있는 게. 어떤 표시인지 이제 알았다. 이제. 아, 또 한쪽이. 기다려. 이렇게 돼야 되는데. 거지 같은 거. 아이씨, 자꾸 한쪽이 안 맞아. 한쪽이. 아, 참. 다시 초기화. 아, 이런 개 같은. 아니, 맨 처음부터는 여기 풀었던 거잖아 이거 진짜.
A USB
아이씨.
key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains.
냉. 아이, 바로 푸는 거였는데. 아, 랜턴.
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have
자물쇠 따는 게 있고. 뭐 순서대로 누르면 될까? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 오잉? 다시? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 이게 아닌가 본데? 이게 아닌가 보아. 일단 냅두고.
so clever.
테이프.
All that evidence and yet no DNA found.
병.
The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent.
인형.
Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy.
아 이거 풀어야 되는데. 왜 안 돼? 한 번 집어넣으면 못해? 아니잖아. 이거 어떻게 풀지? 3569 해볼까? 3569. 오! 약이요?
What do we find?
와,
A capsule and a
청산가리요?
smell.
레전드네.
Bitter almonds. Cyanide.
미친놈이구나. 청산가리를 들고 다녀. 그리고 저 이건 왜 네 뭐 강아지 키우는 강아지 집에 있는 거야? 개집에 왜 있어? 모비디.
I've read it probably 10 times already, but I can't get enough of it. Don't know why. Maybe because it helps me sleep?
잠이 살아서. 모비딕. 새로운 사진.
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
컴퓨터로 얼굴 인식을? 그리고 고양이.
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the
지구가
planet.
아야야.
Okay. The real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database
이렇게 보니까
of known
비슷하네,
criminals.
생긴
I've
게.
tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty.
내
Maybe
짓이라.
whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. That could be him, but he looks pretty different. Yes, he seems different at first glance, but still it's the
안경.
same person.
Okay.
수염.
Nice.
코?
He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
골동품 절도. 보석으로 풀려났다.
Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board.
카세티. 람프랑코? 람프랑코 카세티? 돈이 좋니?
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them, and on the wall they go.
이게 뭔 표시야?
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet. This tattoo is the same on both
문신.
pictures.
유괴범은 사망했고. 이거 지폐랑은 다른가? 지폐 번호는?
So, Ratchet's real name
본명이
was
카세티.
Cassetti.
이거 당연히 이어지는 거고, 그죠? 존 암스트롱 자살? 허겁.
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
이게 얘 남친이 얘잖아, 그죠? 수잔 남친이. 탭 봐봐. 왜 한 개도 안 돼 있지? 몇 개 연결했는데. 그리고 내 마우스가 자꾸 보이네. 잠시만. 원래 이랬나? 아니지 않았나? 모르겠다. 조사하기. 남성의 시신. 일부러 얼굴은 훼손. 기도의 $100. 뭔가 놓친 부분이 있는데요. 이게 우리 방금 전에 있던 그거 아니야? 그 열쇠고리? 마지막 손가락 마디가 제거되어 있었다. 와, 근데 이건 레전드네. 지문 못 보게 하려고 마디를 잘라버렸다는 게 레전드야. 4층 뭐. 연결되는 다른 데가 있는지 한번 볼까? 그냥 막 이것저것 눌러보면서. 어림도 없네. 아무것도 안 돼 부려. 뭔가 지금 증거를 몇 개 놓친 것 같은 느낌? 뮤스비나 이런 걸 좀 더 볼까?
Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake. Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you?
네? 아르메니아에서
Goodbye,
체포.
Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity and your life.
새로운 신부. 이래도 아직 한 개도 못 찾은 거야? 하나 찾았네. 4개나 남았다. 말이 되나?
It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
전화 왔다. 오, 진짜 전화 온 것 같아.
Robot Defense League, we are monitoring
아이씨.
this call.
아니 이거 마우스가 자꾸 화면 밖으로 나가. 이거 어떡해?
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may
일단
I assist
요
you?
요
I
내용
need you
끝나고
to search the dark web.
Yeah,
통화
can
끝나고.
you narrow that down a little? Cause it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay.
어?
Okay.
정보가 좀 재밌는 정보인가 봐.
Okay. Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo arigato.
Oh, it's a cookbook.
아리가토 아가리토. 일단은 이거 시스템에서 전체 화면으로 바꾼 다음에 한번 돌아와야 될 것 같아. 아니 자꾸 화면 밖으로 나가네 마우스가. 킹받네. 이러면 게임을 못하는데. 껐다 켜야 되나? 잠깐만 저장. 한번 껐다가 켜볼게요. 껐다 켜보고. 마우스가 화면 안에 갇혀야 되는데 자꾸 밖으로 튀어나와서 이상한 거 누르게 돼요. 내 마음? 가자. 됐다. 아, 가둬져 있다. 다행이다. 근데 그리고 저 지금 진통제 하나 좀 먹고 오겠습니다. 진통제 후딱 먹고 목 아파갖고. 잠깐 갔다 올게. 왔다. 아직도 아픈 거냐고? 어제보다 더 아파. 왠진 모르겠어. 더 악화됐나 봐. 뭐 이러고 한 주 있으면 낫겠지. 자 보자. 나한테 뭐 보내줬다고 했죠? 그죠?
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
이스탄불에서 파리. 맥퀴, 레칫, 마스터먼. 그리고
This is Ratchet's ticket.
마스터먼이랑 맥퀴.
These tickets were all booked by McQueen.
그리고 어쩔. 기다려. 열차 정보를 알아라. 일단 5개 중에 2개는 해놨네. 열차의 정보. 인터넷에 치는 거 아니면은 뭐 어떡해. 없는디.
The Orient Express.
아이 또 마우스 밖으로 또 기어 나가네 또. 아이씨. 하자. 모르겠다. QR 코드. 잘못 눌렀어요. 조사하는 게 없네. 세컨드 클래스. 얘는 퍼스트 클래스. 얘도 세컨드.
The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
뭐야? 그렇네? 마스터몬. 일단 오케이. 헥터 맥퀸. 아 그래 맞아. 얘 아들이었지. 아 맞아. 얘는 아빠가 검사였으니까.
I knew it. He's the son of my former DA.
순간 까먹었고.
He goes on the evidence board.
일단 오케이.
Hector McQueen
근데 얘가
is the son of District Attorney McQueen.
다 알고 있는 것 같아. 존 암스트롱 자살 때문에 얘네 아빠가 은퇴한 거고, 이 모든 사건을 일으킨 세뮤얼 레칫 밑에서 얘가 일하고 있는 이 우연이 말이 되나?
Here's what Hector McQueen looks like.
말이 안 되죠, 그죠? 말이 안 돼요.
This guy works for Ratchet, and if that's a coincidence, I'll eat my badge.
말이 안 되죠. 이 둘은 무슨 관계인 거지? 이러면 3개 완료인가? 3개 완료. 남은 2개가 문제네요. 이 오리엔트 특급 열차에 대한 정보를 어디서 찾을까? 요런 데는 안 나와 있을 거고, 이건 예전에 있던 사건의 그거라. 이건가?
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
어이씨.
The event? Some old train. But that face, that man.
어이씨. 너무 시끄러. 데이지야. 복수해줄게. 죽여버릴게 내가. 자,
Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week.
맥퀸이 다음 주에 타고요.
Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient
라쳇도
Express in a
타고요.
week.
레칫.
Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express.
근데 문제는 안토니오 포스카렐리, 얘가 뭐랑 관계가 있을까?
I know that face. That's John
어?
Armstrong's driver.
진짜? 진짜네? 요거부터 하나하나 다 연결하려고 그랬는데 뭐야? 와, 이 열차에 주인공 정도 빼고는 다 이 사건에 관련돼 있는 애들 아닐까? 그러니까 원래 내가 안 탔으면 얘네들은 완전 범죄를 하고 그냥 끝나는 일이었을 것 같은데 너무 연관된 애들이 많은데? 너무 많아. 아직 안 됐어.
Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
탄다. 그러니까 레치탄테 지금 원한이 있는 애들이 많이 탔어. 맥퀸, 요 녀석. 그 공작 부인이랑 백작 부인이랑. 뭘 연결을 해야 될까 이제? 단서 연결하는 거 말고는 없는데. 뭔가 이거랑 연결하는 건 아닌 것 같은 느낌이. 막 눌러보게 되네. 이럴 거면 차라리 힌트를 봐. 애매하게 막 누를 바엔. 힌트가 안 되는데요? 아이씨, 내가 그걸 모르겠어? 나도 알아. 고양이 귀엽다. 그림자도 귀여워. 빌어먹을. 뭘까?
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
Damn! Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week. McQueen, the district attorney's son, is too. Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train.
그치. 아무리
I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States.
아,
Ratchet can
그래서
never
못
be
잡은
judged
거야?
in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
표는 어떻게 얻어? 돈 있어?
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. It's impossible to find a ticket. What can I
몰래 타는
do?
거죠.
I could try to get on the train without a ticket, but I could end up arrested. And Ratchet could get away or get murdered. No, there's a better way. Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
브레이드 무슨 뭐 도라에몽이야? 연락만 하면 다 해결되네.
Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
스테이시 존슨이라는 인물이 있었나? 우리 탑승한 사람들 중에 기절시키고 뺏었나? 전화번호를 찾아야 된다. 오잉? 사랑과 절망의 출현. 파파라치 공격 혐의. 레전드. 전화번호 알았어. 알았잖아. 전화해. 뭐지? 전화를 해. 알았잖아. 왜 전화를 안 해? 이상하네. 아, 얼굴 눌러야 돼?
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
My
형사인데요.
name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer.
근데
I have
얘가
a new lead
파파라치
that
막
may help
후드려
me find
펼
her killer.
정도면은
Didn't they prove it was the nanny?
약간 좀 뭐라 해야 되지? 과몰입 잘하는 애인 것 같아서
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
이런 식으로 얘기하면은
I had my
되지
doubts
않을까?
about the murder of the nanny. I played
과몰입
a
중.
nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I
오,
could to help.
그렇지.
Getting me on
과몰입
that
성공.
train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this
아이고.
trip.
그럼 어쩔 수 없지.
Stacy, I can tell you.
아이고
care
뭐
about kids.
애들은
Here's
뭐
your
그냥
chance to help
이렇게
put this
그냥
beast in prison for the rest of
억울하게
his
죽고
life.
끝난
Think
거지
of the
뭐.
publicity for those
어쩔 수
causes you care
없지.
about. Think about the kids.
All right.
어쩌겠어. 그냥 애들은 그냥
I'll take care
아유
of changing
애들이
the
뭔
tickets to
죄야.
your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will. Thank you so much.
엄청난데? 정의의 배우. 일단 이걸로 해결.
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and I suspected
얘는 진짜
so many
미친놈이야.
others as well.
그냥 지 공범들 다 죽일라
You know
그랬어.
the rest.
미친놈. 아직도 막혀 있고요.
And that's how I found myself on this train, on Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire police.
그런 건 뭐
Thank you for your detailed account,
그런 건
Mademoiselle
괜찮고.
Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation.
그러니까
you have made
연관된
it
얘는
clear
모르는
that there are many
주인공은
who might
몰랐던
wish to
그런
see
것들을 많이 알게 됐네요.
Ratchet dead.
로크는 무고할 것 같아.
I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements
애초에 살인이 안 일어나게 하려고 했던 거잖아.
last night eliminate
그치,
you
어젯밤에
from
DB
our
샀죠.
list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
말만 해본 거야, 말만.
Thank you for
눈치가
believing me.
약간 느리지만
I'd like to
뒤늦게라도
help in
알아채고
any way I can.
Do not worry,
바꿔주는 우리
Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more
눈치가
clearly.
빨랐다면 이런
It's
말도 안
obvious.
했겠지만
Whoever drugged
약간
you
느리지만
was trying
그래도
to
착해.
derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both
공범이겠지.
Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity
내 생각엔
to
슈미트예요.
drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All
넌
this excitement
계속
has
레스토랑
whetted
하면서
my
뭐 먹고 있지
appetite.
않았냐?
I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No. I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
눈치가 좋은데?
Some food will do her the greatest good.
Well,
알아서
I'm
안
still a little
귀찮게.
shaky.
나
Mr.
안
Poirot,
귀찮게.
will you please keep me informed about what you
생각 좀
learn?
해보고.
You may be certain of it.
그 좋은데? 자, 그러면
All that snow.
말을
Are
좀
you
해봅시다.
familiar with the concept of
질서와 엔트로피.
entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes, unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray thanks to something as
그치.
simple as
An unexpected passenger?
perhaps or snow.
눈사태 플러스 푸아르 플러스 저 로크 때문에 뭔가 지금 굉장히 안 좋아졌죠. 요 공범샷들. 일단 미셸이랑 얘기하려면 이 다음 칸으로 가야 되고. 미셸 어디 갔지? 일단 가자. 슈미트도 아마 저 너머에 있을 거야. 여기 왜 열려 있냐? 저기
I have
왜
nothing
열었어?
to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
굳이 귀찮게 하지 맙시다. 가고요. 근데 여기에 계속 앉아 있는 거 너무 불편하겠다. 진짜로. 바로 뒤에 문 있어가지고 춥기도 엄청 춥고. 문에서 냉 새어 나올 거 아니야. 슈미트.
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have
당근
a choice.
빠따줘. 지금 살인 사건 해결해야 되는데.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember
일단은
much,
사실대로 얘기를 하자.
but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could
소리
have
지르기.
dragged
저 안
Point
했다고요.
out, I do not make the tea on this train. You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
너 수면제 있잖아.
I know you have sleeping pills.
걔한테 받았잖아.
I do have some. Do you think I'm the only person on this train who finds
아니,
it
여긴
difficult to
수면제가
sleep?
너무
I
많아,
believe the
열차에.
Countess Andreni takes them. And I heard
다
the
가지고
Olsen
있어,
woman
솔직히.
thanking
나랑
Mrs.
몇 명
Hubbard
빼고
for a
다 가지고
pill.
있어.
That was aspirin.
If you say
아스피린도
so.
그렇고.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their
너무
fellow
많이 먹였어,
human beings,
수면제를.
given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for
우리가-
a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor
데이지.
girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case.
얘는 드라고미로프 공작 부인이랑만 연결돼 있는 거 아니야? 그래서 그 공작 부인 얘기를 듣고 감화된
I do
거는
not
아닌가?
think that's the right answer.
그럼 너도 뭐 소니아랑 뭐?
No.
아, 너 요리 만드냐? 아, 그래?
My little gray cells did not let me down.
요리사였어?
Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
Yes, I was the cook of that lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time
와,
to
근데 진짜 전부 다 연관이 있네.
collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange.
I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my
슬슬 끝나려는 느낌인 것 같죠? 느낌. 완전까진 아니어도 어느 정도 후반부에 접어든
Can I
느낌.
get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
그러니까 저 암스트롱 사건에 관련된 암스트롱의 그 피해자들과 관련된 애들이 너무 많아. 지금 여기 미셸은 저 뒤에 있나? 그것 때문에 얘네들이 만약에 난동 부려가지고 다른 승무원들이랑 자기랑 연관 없는 애들만 죽여도 완전 범죄가 되나? 아니지. 그럼 이상하지. 너무 많이 죽으면 안 되지. 미셸 씨. 하이요.
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be
아,
relaxed.
그치, 살인 사건 났으니까.
I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse.
근데 결국에는 슈미트가 한 거였잖아. 얘도 거들었나? 아.
You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic
수사
reminder to pay
이랑
my
연결이 돼
rent.
있네.
I always forget and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than
그리고
one
뒤에
of
있던
those
그 탐정도
people
있죠.
on
사살
the
탐정 한 명 더.
screen.
왼쪽이 미셸.
Adequate.
중간이 수장.
Good job.
오른쪽이 이름 뭐였더라? 하드먼?
Yes.
와,
That's the
이게
right answer.
말이 되나?
You are the father
아,
of
진짜?
Suzanne Moreau,
아버지야?
Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced.
어.
Suzanne Kept her mother.
아니 여기에 탄
My
모든
most
사람들
sincere
진짜
condolences,
주인공이랑
Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne
부크랑
and your
로크
wife,
빼고
Miss
전부 다
Jo.
연관돼 있는 거 아니야
I
이거?
loved them, but I was never there for them. Then a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her
결국에는
quiet
뭐 슈미트
until
뭐
we...
예고간에 그냥 다 한통속이었어.
But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was
수면제를
lucky, as are you.
제공한
that she
거는
didn't
슈미트고
die.
얘가 탔나 보네.
To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now.
그래요?
Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my
근데
daughter's
그때 당시 뭐
fiancé.
남자친구 얘기 모시기는 뭐야?
I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear now. I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the
자꾸 옆에서
commotion is
딸깍딸깍 소리
next
뭐야?
door.
뒤질래요? 누구세요? 저기요.
Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some
다 압니다요.
preposterous story.
왜 거짓말
Really,
하시는지
Michelle has told me everything.
다 얘기했는데.
You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh, I see.
머스.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved.
아 그래서 수잔이 떠났어 너를.
And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy Noah. She would have forgiven me, if only.
죄책감을 가지고 있구나.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt
그렇구나.
both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing
맛있겠다.
the
초콜릿
overdose.
케이크.
No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Book.
근데 진짜 이거 시청자분이 말씀하신 것처럼
I was too proud to patch things up.
전부 다
I chose pride instead of love.
범인이면 어떡할 거냐 했던 게 사실이었네. 얼결에. 다 한 통속이면 살아나갈 수 있을까? 그래도 나가질까? 아, 모르겠다. 아씨 좀 불안하긴 한데 괜찮지 않을까? 저기요 우리 살짝 큰일 났어. 여러분 너 얼마나 처먹는 거야 이 돼지 같은 놈. 조씨를 쌓아놓고
So,
먹네.
my friend, tell me, you have something new?
우린 큰일 났다 이제.
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor Pierre Michel both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose.
둘 다 먹인 거네. 둘 다가.
Michel,
얼마나
drugged a
처먹은
passenger?
거야?
On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
아니 니들 다 그냥
I have
죄다 이게
uncovered multiple
그래 애들이 다
connections with
연관돼
the
있어.
Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was
데모의
the cook of the
요리사,
Armstrong family. What a
약혼자,
coincidence, don't you think?
아버지,
But it's incredible.
언니.
What are the odds that so many people
어?
linked to that tragic affair
언니에다가
ended up on the same train?
난리가
About
났죠.
the same as you winning the lottery. my
죽은
friend.
그
I wasn't the officer who
은퇴한
interviewed
검사의
Fräulein Schmidt back
아들.
then.
So she couldn't recognize
운전기사.
me on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were
너무
other passengers who
많다.
might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home.
It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate
아니야,
plot
우연이
were
아니고.
staged for my benefit.
확실히 짜여진 거야. 내게 흘리려던 사실은 뭐였을까? 이거 아니었을까? 탑승, 죽이고 내리기. 그러니까 우리 승객들 중에는 범인이 없다. 근데 눈사태 때문에 큰일 난 거지. 원래대로라면 우리가 일어나기 전에 내렸어야 되니까. 원래 정상 운행을 했다면 이 기차가.
Killed Ratchet and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at
그렇지.
Vinkovsky.
그럼 미셸은 뭐 징계는 면할 수 없지만 살인범은 아닐 거고. 그러니까 저 가설대로 진행이 됐다면
fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why indeed? Let me re-explain.
승객들은 아무도 범인이 아닐 수 있었던 건데. 모두가 한 통속이지만 누구도 범인이 아닐 수 있었던 건데. 미셸이 내려가 열차에 타. 레칫을 죽이고 허버드의 객실로 나가. 잠깐만. 가고 처분하고 내리고 이렇게.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend.
그러니까.
Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible.
자, 살인자는 여러 명이고 암스트롱 사건과 연관된 사람들. 그러니 레치덱에 잠깐만, 설마 그러면 그 수십 개, 10개가 넘는 자상이 모두가 한 번씩 찌른 거라고? 승객들이? 와, 소름 돋는다. 오른손잡이가 압도적으로 많았잖아. 야, 그러니까 사람들이 다 우린 한 배를 탄 사람들이고 이 나쁜 놈을 다 같이 응징하자, 약간 이런 느낌으로 다 같이 한 방씩? 와, 미쳤는데? 이게 에거서 크리스틴가? 너도 한 방, 나도 한 방. 문제는 너도 얘를 한 방, 나도 얘를 한 방. 그치, 의미가 살짝 다르지.
From Vinkovsky was a
와.
fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train.
그러니까
They expected the investigation to be led by some
첫 번째
small town
가짜
official who
증거로.
could easily be
그치,
misled.
그치, 그치.
Mr. Poirot.
그렇게 하게 하려고
Detective Locke,
했는데.
forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity
그러니까
of a
이
brother.
형사랑
Unfortunately for
이
the
주인공이
killers, they not
진짜
only
예기치
had
못한
you
인물이었던
to deal
거야.
with, but now they had, and I say this
처음부터 진짜 의심스러웠던
the
거 맞아?
world's
난
greatest
처음에 다 착한
detective
사람들인 줄
Hercule
알았는데.
Poirot dropped into the midst of their meticulous plan.
그렇지.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case?
일단 넌
and who is
무관하고요.
not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
자, 사건과 연관이 있는 9명입니다. 데모죠? 그 죽은 소니아의, 그러니까 데이지 엄마의 데모. 그리고 안토니오 포스카벨리, 그 존 암스트롱, 데이지의 아빠의 운전수, 하드먼, 수잔의 약혼자, 그리고 맥퀸, 그 사건을 담당했던 검사의 아들, 은퇴당했죠. 미셸, 수잔의 아버지, 헬레나, 데이지의 이모, 그리고 사망한 녀석 슈미트, 요리사, 암스트롱 가문의 요리사. 이러면 둘, 넷, 여섯, 여덟. 얘는 아니고. 잠깐만 기다려봐. 뭐 하나가 더 있는데. 얘는 그냥 퇴역군인. 부크는 먹는 게 좋다. 콘스탄틴 아니고, 대버넘 아니고, 장 아니고. 일단 이 8명은 맞거든. 조안나? 아 그렇지, 조안나도 껴야지. 맞네. 됐다. 얘도
My
연관돼
little
있으니까.
cells did not let me down.
담당 형사
Fräulein Schmidt,
암스트롱
Pierre
사건.
Michel, Monsieur Hardman and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong
그러니까
case.
범인이 너무
I
많아서
also know that Sonia
말만
Armstrong's
맞춰도
sister and godmother,
심의성이 생기는 거야.
Countess Andreni and Princess
3인 성우.
Dragomirov
근데
are on this
8인 성우가 될 수 있었던
And
거지.
finally, Detective Locke discovered that
문제는
Mr. Foscarelli was the
포청천이 있었다.
Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add
포청천이
Detective Luck
다
and
걸러냈다.
Ratchet, of
거지 같은
12
말.
passengers in that coach,
필이면 판관 포청천.
9 have a connection with the Armstrong
주인공이
case.
타버려가지고
What
망한
next,
거지.
Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't
미셸
want
말고는
the
다
others
관련이
as
없으니까.
witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
이마에 달이 박혀 있다고요?
I have always thought this moment in the
포청천?
case is much like
근데 걔 왜 달 박혀 있어?
unveiling
진짜
the
그렇게
thinker
생겼을까?
before a captivated audience. A work of art.
와 진짜
Have you not felt that way,
로크랑
detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on
주인공
him.
Well,
빼고는
there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot?
그 2명만
The
없었으면
lounge?
Perfect.
완벽한
Then I will gather all the
해결이었을
passengers in the
텐데 걔네
lounge.
입장에서. 아이고야. 와 진짜 이 정도 스토리는 써야지 대작가가 되는 거구나. 이 정도 스토리는 써야지. 근데 그 라운지 칸이 어디죠? 여긴가? 맞아 여기야. 가자. 안녕하쇼. 얘들은 큰일 났다 이제.
Monsieur Bouc, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you
들어보자.
together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot,
말했잖아. 그 방금 전에 말했던 두 개.
Your assistance is
원래
required.
시나리오대로 할지 두 번째 시나리오로 할지.
Now,
두
all
번째는
know
진실이고
the
첫 번째는
facts of the case.
시나리오죠.
Ratchet
얘네가
was
짜려고 했던.
found stabbed
표정
to
신난 거
death
보소.
this morning.
이
He was
맛에
last
이
known
쾌감에
to be
탐정 안 되니까.
alive at 12:37 a.m. last night when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly
1시
dented,
15분.
and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as
맞죠.
having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At
Half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for
그렇지.
anyone to leave the
발자국이
train.
찍혔을
So,
거니까.
here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot
그러니까
and
눈사태만 안
Monsieur
났으면
McQueen,
완벽 번제가
who
될
had
수
just
있었는데.
descended
그리고
to the
주인공이 안 타 있었으면.
He was equipped with a
그러면
wagon
됐는데.
jacket, which he wore over his
눈사태 때문에
ordinary clothes,
열차가
and
다음 역에
a
못
pass
내리니까
key which enabled
거기에서
him to
범인이
gain access to
내렸다라고
Ratchet's compartment
뻥도 못 치는
in
거야.
spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the
하필이면.
influence of a sleeping draft. This man stabbed
다음
him
역에
with
내렸는데요.
great
그 안 돼.
ferocity.
다음 역을 갈
A
수가 없어.
dozen wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase.
이게 첫 번째
to
시나리오죠.
cast
지금 말하고
suspicion on
있는 게.
her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car.
웃는다.
That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second. For that, we must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed? The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned.
몇 개월 전
Since the kidnapping and
예전부터
death of little Daisy
사람들을 모은
Armstrong,
거야.
which
이 일을
traumatized
벌이려고.
many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation.
모두가 주모자지.
As
다 같이
did
나서서.
others. They
아 근데
became
제일 먼저
convinced
나서서 한
the
사람은
truth
누굴까?
lay elsewhere.
그걸
We
모르겠네.
now know who the real murderer of Daisy is. It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time.
그렇지.
It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker.
왼손잡이도
Others
있고.
indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal. Yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
배심원단의 수. 와. 다 같이 찌른 건 아니구나.
12 stabs. 12.
소름 돋았었는데.
Same
그러니까
number as a trial
다 같이 찌른
jury
거였으면
in
더
the
멋있었겠다.
United
솔직히
States.
인정?
But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well.
맞나 봐.
This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
근데 12명이 안 되지 않아?
snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but two detectives on the train. They
그중 하나가
had
나예요.
to
이러고
improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads.
고장난 시계요.
The time on Ratchet's broken watch was
그리고
deliberately
액상
set
전자담배.
to conceal the true time of the crime. The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed
하필이면
by Monsieur
어쩔
McQueen.
수 없었죠.
Impossible then to suspect him.
The conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible
그렇지. 여기저기에다가 진짜 그냥 막 뿌린 거야. 이렇게 된 거 어쩔 수 없다 하면서 하나만 속아라 이러고.
But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects.
정확히는 공범이 많은 거지.
To identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
얘는 안 찔렀어.
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses.
2번이나 회복.
Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case.
그리고 그걸 확실하게 알려준 건
I
로크였고.
thought we had... I think he meant...
살인자를 체포했다고?
You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
뭐야, 표정 바뀌는 거 봐. 어이 새끼. 잘 안 찔렀다 야. 너 찔렀잖아. 이씨.
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney
맞아,
who
얘가 직접
handled the
얘기했었어.
Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy.
네가 아버지가 사건 빨리 종결시킨 죄도 있어, 솔직히 근데.
And a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find
그게
discrepancies,
로크.
but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself
그렇지.
Ratchet.
다 피해자야. 피해자의
Now, I
연관된
will
사람들.
turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman.
네. 얘는 근데 안 찔렀지 않나? 12명의 배심원 단위니까 12명이 찔렀다는 거면 얘도 되나? 아 근데 그걸 모르겠어. 얘는 찔렀는지 안 찔렀는지. 일단 암스트롱 사건에 관련된 애는 아니거든요. 머스트먼이. 안 찔렀을 것 같아.
No, Poirot.
아니래.
Ratchet's sleeping pills.
맞아, 얘도 숨기는 게 있었어. 그때 우리 얘 그 기름 줬을 때. 그래, 수면제를 먹인 게 얘였어.
Ratchet
맞아.
sensed danger close.
주가
to
마땅한
him
놈이네
and
하고
naturally
찔렀나 봐.
wanted to stay away.
연관된
You
사람은 아닌데.
gave him sleeping pills
그러니까 총
without his
레칫을 찌른
knowledge.
사람은
Once
12명인
he
거야.
was sound asleep, you could do what
얘까지
you
하면
had
이제
to
9명이에요.
do in peace.
로크를 빼고 얘를
I'll tell you
넣으면
the
9명.
truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant.
오,
in the war.
진짜?
And afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no
suspicious
부크는
stone
바보입니다.
unturned.
부크는 이런
Let
걸
us
했을 리가
move on
없어요.
to Monsieur Book.
부크는 밥만 주면 좋아해요.
Me?
바보니까.
A suspicious
저거 봐요.
stone?
설마. 내가 했다고 어떻게 그런 말을? 아닌가 알잖냐. 그래. 내 자리를 예약해 준 것부터가 문제였죠. 그러니까 나 같은 이 엄청나게 유명한, 전 세계적으로 유명한 명탐정을 굳이 이런 일이 일어날 열차에 태울 이유가 없습니다.
Book, my friend, of course
굳이
you are not
정황상.
guilty. You did everything
맞아.
you could to get me
그리고
on
어떻게든
this train.
태웠고.
What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best
그러니까.
detective in the world could be
굳이.
present to witness your crime.
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a
그래.
murderer can wear all
그러기도
sorts
하는
of
법이요.
masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon
자, 미셸 씨.
conductor, Pierre Michel.
안 찌는 거 알지 않습니까? 예.
No, that is
아,
his
그치.
motive.
이건
I
동기죠,
need
동기.
real tangible proof.
로크에게 수면제를 먹였죠.
Your admission that you drugged the
아니 제일 나쁜 놈은 아니고 얼결에 사람 하나 죽일 뻔했고 사람 하나는 실제로 죽인
Murder could
애지.
not have been possible without
로크를
your
죽일
very
뻔했어, 얼결에.
capable assistance.
수면제
Your
과다 복용.
knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My
망할
daughter
레치
has finally
새끼.
been avenged. My Suzanne, my child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train.
하드먼 씨. 안 찔렀습니다. 찔렀잖아요. 미셸의 진술.
Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a
탐정이
real
맞긴 한가 봐.
detective.
실제로.
But you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel.
아.
However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a
그래, 명분도
substantial
있고.
motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
약간
I
조닉
never
닮았어.
doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook.
암스트롱가의 요리사였죠. 수면제 먹였죠, 그죠?
You told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong,
맞아.
who died in childbirth, and finally
유산하고 사망하고.
Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
표정 악랄해지는 거 봐.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it? Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe Countess Andreni.
진짜 안 찔렀어? 네가 안 찔렀다고? 뭐 왜 안 찔렀어?
On the contrary, This
그러니까
fact gives
너
her
왜 안
a
찔렀냐?
motive for murder.
Countess Andreni,
양심 때문에?
being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But
그러니까 너 왜 안
you were
찔렀어?
incapable of stabbing someone.
아니
Even after what
진짜
he had done
모르겠어.
to you and your
왜 안
family,
찌르셨죠?
the night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you.
아
Count
설마 네가 대신 찔렀니? 네 아내한테 그러니까 아내의 그 약간 업을 대신 짊어지려고.
12 people, a jury.
와
This
이건
was
좀 완전
very
사랑꾼이네.
important to all of
진짜.
you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli.
찔렀죠.
Detective Locke found
운전기사.
out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you
난
lost
쟤는
your
아닐 거라고
tongue, Mr.
생각했었는데.
Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy.
얘가 너무
She was the delight of the house.
너무 좀 뭐라 해야
Tonio, she
되지?
called me.
평온했었어.
And she
얘가
she
사건 후에.
would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling.
얘는 아닐 것 같아요.
I do not think that
너도 찔렀어? 너 왜 찔렀어? 이상하다. 너는 왜 찔렀냐? 걸쇠.
Mademoiselle Olson, you supported.
아, 근데
Madame
얘도 찝찝한 게
Hubbard's
있어.
story
걸쇠.
about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be
그럼
impossible.
너도 찔렀니, 허버드야?
You deliberately lied
그렇지.
to me,
허버드가
and
찌를 수밖에
you
없지.
also
왜냐?
lied about
있지도 않은
Mademoiselle
범인이 자기
Debenham's
방에 들어와서
whereabouts.
물건 놔두고 뭐하고 해야 되니까 허버드도 찔렀어.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well.
어?
Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a
아
scrape
그래.
or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me.
데이지
She was a
그러니까 그
shining
가족이
light
진짜
in an
좀 착하고
ever-darkening world.
좋은 가족이었나 보네.
Tried to honor her,
주변에 대신
caring for
복수해줄 사람들이
children who
이렇게
have
많고.
lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olson. You too shed light on your part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no
아 근데
more.
진짜 잘 죽었어.
It is enough that you have
얼마나
admitted
적이
what
많았으면
I know
12방을
to be
찔렸겠어.
the truth, and
한 명한테도
I
아니고
understand.
12명한테 한 방씩.
Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
안 했겠죠.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection
그러니까.
with the Armstrong case.
진짜 신기하게도.
Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Bouc, whom I would trust with my life.
That is
아이
very
좋아.
kindly said, my friend.
We
아마
now come
짱친
to
아이가
Mademoiselle
깐부 아이가
Debenham
깐부.
and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You
자
have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting
지금까지 찌른
Congratulations. But I would rather talk
어?
about your relationship to John Armstrong.
연인. 설마 형제? 군인이잖아 둘 다. 게이야.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John.
군인 출신이라 약간 의심이
What I
가긴
don't
했는데 정말이었네요.
understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
그러게.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound. And
근데
death
거기서 암스트롱이 도와준 건가?
mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until...
평소에 잘 대해줘야 돼 주변 사람들한테.
There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
갑자기
Miss
불륜 드라마 찍고
Debenham,
있죠?
I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And
그러니까,
you have
얘
caused
때문에
me
머리가 좀 아팠어.
quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered the job you currently hold.
비서였지 않나요?
I must admit I'm not right this time.
아, 얘 직업이 비서인데 교사였을까 그러면? 그렇지.
That's the right answer.
데이지의 교사였구나.
You were the teacher of...
헬레나.
No, she
아니야?
was the teacher of Countess
아, 그렇지. 맞아.
You were the teacher of
헬레나의
Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
미쳤습니까 당신?
Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
그럼 헬레나를 위해서 찌른 거야? 왜 이렇게 애들이
Captain
정이
Arbuthnot.
넘치냐? 찔렀죠.
No.
아니
His vile
이 액상을
found
자기가
at the
일부러
crime scene
놔줬다는 그런
was a
의미였는데.
decoy.
You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony
그치.
melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof! Unless you have another one. As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham,
아버스넛은 아니지 않을까?
Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could
데이지랑
confirm
헬레나랑
your alibi.
그 암스트롱
I
가문
think
애들이
you know
진짜
where you stand.
주변
Very
사람들을
good,
잘
Mr.
챙긴 거지.
Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess Dragomirov.
왼손잡이.
Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list
유일한
of
왼손잡이죠.
suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It
공작
makes a
부인은
good story to
좋잖아.
tell their friends. It
듣기
also
좋네.
guarantees a good table in the best
아이 좋아.
restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
겨드랑이 쪽에 있는 왼손잡이가 찌른 얕은 상처가
is the
있었죠.
fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train.
오른쪽
And the
겨드랑이
single
쪽에.
blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me,
그렇지. 기억이다.
Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much
왜
alike.
갑자기
I
작업하시죠?
am honored.
그래도 점잖으시네.
Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say,
소니아 암스트롱? 에이.
think, Poirot.
그러니까
That is not a good
아니
answer.
너무 얼토당토없어서 골라봤다.
Linda Arden.
너무 얼토당토없어서 점 찍고 다시 부활한 줄.
If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was
근데
superb.
린다 아든인 줄은
I
몰랐어.
never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
응? 유 소니아 엄마? 오 마이 갓.
Et voilà.
유 소니아's mom?
You are
전혀
the mother
예상 못했다
of
이거.
Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni.
찔렀죠 당연히.
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would
그렇지.
clear the accused person and
서로가
confuse the issue.
여러 사람들이
Everything
있으니까
was meticulously
한두 사람이
planned.
거짓말이 들통나도
But
여러 사람들이
you
커버를
hadn't
치는 거야. 그래서
expected
그것
that
때문에
Detective Locke
진짜
and
그
I
후반에
would be
로크
on this
이야기가
train,
진행되기 전까지는
and the avalanche would
거의 갈
block
필요 못
it
잡았죠.
on
이
the
사건에
night
대한.
of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day.
그렇지.
I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants.
와, 여기에 다
We
모여
decided
있었구나.
then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First, we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end, we decided on this way.
모두가
It was
찌르고
the
싶었어.
driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much. But he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east sooner or later by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty.
와.
And then, at the last minute,
얘가
you came. For the rest of the story,
제일
you worked out
멍청하고
everything, Mr. Poirot.
막 이상해
You're right
보였던
about all
저
of us. What are you going to do
허버드
about it?
부인이
If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12
사실상
times
리더였어.
willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it. All these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc.
부크 이 친구야. 우리 어떻게 하면 좋냐. 부크랑
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that
돼.
that is the solution we offer to
죽으면 안
the police.
돼. 후속작 나와야 될 거
You
아니야.
agree, Doctor?
재밌는데.
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire.
와. 이렇게 끝? 어느 누구도 처벌하지 않고? 와. 소름 돋네. 진짜 너무 마음에 드는데? 결말이? 아니 저렇게 해서 다 깜빵에 갇혀오면은 조금 슬펐을 것 같은데. 와 기가 막히네요. 왜 깨우세요?
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot. But it
아쉬워
couldn't
갖고.
wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but
어째서?
13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It
누가-
doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice.
그럴
Doctor,
리가.
a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Book. The case
뭐야?
is not solved.
오잉? 이대로 진행이 또 돼? 아니야 챕터 1이 아니고 챕터 8 뭘까? 누가
Please come
찔렀지?
in. Ah, Book. I see we are moving at last.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling
그러치는 거
and
아니야? 나쁜
reprovisioning.
새끼 한 번 더
What do we do
찔려라
with
이러고.
the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue
바보
that was
연기.
left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in
그런 게
Venice.
있었던 것 같기도.
Someone with
AW.
the initials AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
후속작이랑 연결되는 그런 건가 봐. 그지? 콜 카이로 체크 따로 빼따 뚜따 띠따 뚜 뭐다 뭐라는 거? 오리엔트 익스프레스 컬티시 체크 달러 TV 냐냐냐냐냐냐 터갱이스 AW 아이 씨 뭐라는 거야? 아니 필기체라서 모르겠어. arriving to Venice 도착. 17일. 뭐야? 컨펌 플라이트 RJ 미트 AW 28일. 근데 맞나? 컨펌 플라이트 RJ. 일단 베니스야. 아직 위치는 베니스고. 시간은 오후 10시인데 위치를 모르겠어. 이게 뭐야? 그냥 있어
was
보이는 걸로
easy.
했는데 미용실은 아닌 것 같아서 미용실에서 왜 만나? 미스터
I think we
콘스탄틴스.
should let Ratchet rest in peace. I don't have time for small.
그럼 지금 해야 되는 게 헤이스팅스랑 콘스탄틴. 콘스탄틴이 어느 방에 있었죠? 저 뒤쪽 방에 있었지 않나요? 부크랑 같은 방을 썼으니까.
How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help? I don't have time for small talk. How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer? I don't have time.
오잉? 어디 갔어? 나 빼고 니들 다 어디 갔니? 신기하네. 어디로 내뺀 거야? 결국 나를 처리하기로 한 건가? 조금 무섭구려. 여기 내봐.
I think I don't have. How?
라운지 넘어서 한번 가봅시다. 여기 있었네.
Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there.
그러니까
However,
13번째
there
사서.
is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is
아,
French,
그거 말고.
jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug of war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I've
다사다난하게
in the
살았구나.
middle. And to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career.
일단 오케이. 헤이스팅스가 누가 얘가 헤이스팅스야? 아니잖아. 어딨어? 아치발드 헤이스팅스가 어딨어? 뭔가 여기서 선택해가지고 헤이스팅스라는 애가 없는데. 일단은 여기 저장을 해놓을까? 뭔가 좀 불안하네. 잠깐만 ESC 뭔가
I'm not going to ask him.
뭐야?
Me catching.
스티치는 왜 있는데?
Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an excellent police
사람
officer.
이름이 아니었네,
Could you
헤이스팅스.
accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we
나도 그
still
생각을
need
했는데.
to know.
Well, yes, it would be an
루크도
honor to work
능력은
with you.
있거든.
And
감도 좋아.
I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the
AW.
initials AW. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators.
13번째
Why is this meeting
상처가
important?
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a
원작에서도
13th
일어나.
stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
그 얘기도 했었죠.
Wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used two knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a case until all questions have been answered. You, of all people, must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
뭘까?
Thank you.
솔직히
We will uncover the truth.
예상이
We will
가는
arrive in a
한
few
명도
hours.
없어요.
Take the opportunity to
안 치른 애들
I
중에
slept well last
찔렀겠지.
night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery to solve.
안 찌른 애들 중에 하나가 찌른 건데 그리고 지금 승객들은 저
This is
시신을
the third
옮기기
embarking
전까지는
dock, and no
인계하기
gondoliers available
전까지는
at all.
열차 안에 갇혀 있어야 되고
With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked. The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
한번 보자고 어떻게 될지. 그래픽은 진짜 근데 좋진 않다. 그래픽이 감성 있는 그래픽이긴 한데 좋다고는 말 못하겠고 약간 심즈 같다 느낌이. 심즈 이렇게 보니까.
I see a gondolier just over there.
뭐야 왜 얘를
I'm sure this little problem will pose no challenge to you.
Every carnival, my friends and I mask, and every carnival we lose one
자랑이다.
another.
멍청이. 저 사람이 사공 아니야?
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please. According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No, I
왜 안
Gabriele
된다는
cannot
거야?
help you. I'm sorry.
We'll miss the 10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd and have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to
왜 이렇게
find out why.
쫑알쫑알거려? 돈이요?
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then? Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
뷰티풀 키아라.
Ah, what a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers.
아, 너 차였니? 차인 거 아니야?
Show me how an American detective would handle this.
왜 드릴값쇼? 딱 대세요.
Ancora una volta sono
뭐라는
dalla
거야?
parte spagliata del canale per la festa.
Sorry, I don't speak Italian.
뭘까? 여기 나라유. 일단은 말 걸 수 있는 사람들은 다 찾아서 말을 걸어보자.
It's impossible to find a gondolier during carnival.
왜?
It's calm and relaxing. Although not as clean as
깨끗하진
it should be.
않군요. 그렇군요. 이상하다. 잠깐만 일단 탭. 여자친구랑 싸웠다.
Excellent.
키아라.
Nice. That's it. No rookie mistake there.
얼마나 여자친구를 좋아했으면 배 이름도 이쁜 키아라겠어. 야, 네 이쁜 키아라에 좀 타도 되겠니? 왜 싸웠어 키아라랑? 이놈 새끼.
I'm sorry you had a fight with Chiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to help if I can.
If you have a spare engagement
어?
ring, detective.
약혼 반지가 남는 게 있으면 약혼을
I
여러
see.
명한테 하겠습니까?
You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Chiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
아무것도 없어. 꽃이다. 근데 이거는 우리 역할 바퀴 아닐까?
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us
어떻게
across.
찾아?
You are right. There is not much time. I will help you.
여기다 던졌다는데 왜 어떻게 찾아 그거? 님 알아요? 맵이 좀 큰데? 뭐지? 맵이 좀 커.
It's calm and relaxed.
운하에다가 집어 던졌다는데 우리가 어떻게 찾을까? 말 걸 수 있는 상대가 있는 것도 아닌데. 어? 오! 설? 마? 와우.
I know someone who will be happy. I don't
깽토.
need an empty soda can.
펫비용.
There are too many plastic bottles in the world.
어쩌겠니? 와, 넌 운도 좋다. 저기서 저기로 빨려 들어가는 거였는데. 운이 아주 좋은 친구야. 오이. 자,
Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
Mamma mia,
Mamma
grazie mille,
mia.
signorina. With this, I can now win my Chiara's
운 하나
heart again.
건너게 해주면 안
I
될까,
know
쇼?
it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need to get to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across.
토끼
Then I will
분수인가 봐.
call Chiara.
뜻이?
Hopefully, she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
근데 너도 도와준다 해놓고서 너 뭐했어? 쥐끼, 포화로. 쥐는 도와준다 해놓고서. 그 다음에 토끼 분수를 찾아가야 되나 보네.
You will love it.
확실히 진통제가 좋긴 하다. 목이 별로 안 아프다. 먹고 나서 좀 시간 지나니까 괜찮아. 너무 진통제 많이 먹으면 안 되긴 하는데 괜찮네. 덕분에 오늘은 5시간 넘게 방송하겠네요. 일단 지금 막바지인 것 같아서 엔딩은 보려고 하는데 글쎄다.
If it's not too much to ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Chiara from here to find the fountain, walk along the quay on the
왼쪽
left,
부둣가를
then
따라
cross
걸어가.
the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice.
아직 화해도 안
You
했으면서.
forgive me?
You
아시죠?
have my full confidence, mademoiselle. I'll leave it to you.
요 왼쪽을 통해서 쭉 가라고 했지. 마임하고 있네. 다리 건너라고 했었죠? 여기 있다. 여기서 만나야 되는 애를 뭐야? 두 사람인가?
It's 9:55. The right time in the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke.
당신이 좀
Does
뛰시죠?
not run. I'll wait, sitting
난
down.
너무 힘들구먼요. 너무하네.
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one.
그러니까.
Who knows what those masks and costumes are hiding?
너세요?
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
파르티 말고 얘 표정이 왜 이래?
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua maschera?
뭐라는 거야? 올렐레. 넣으세요?
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua maschera?
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
아닌데쇼. 유창한 영어. 쪽팔리네.
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so.
아닌데쇼. 이런. 어? 여기가
Nobody.
들어가시네.
The desk clerk must be asleep or off partying. If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
자, AW 앤드류일 수도 있고요.
That doesn't help much. No, that's not it. Nothing to do with what I'm looking for. Aziz Wadi.
어.
That's the only name
스위스의
that corresponds to
아지즈
the
와디?
initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
Hello. I'm looking for the Fontana de Canigli. Do you know where it is?
Ah, it's right in front
너
of
영어
the
잘해.
hotel. It's easy to recognize because of the rabbits.
Thank you. I had an appointment with someone, but I can't find him. I wondered if he might be staying in your hotel.
I can't help you unless you give me the name.
AW 아지즈 와디.
I have an appointment with
아지즈
Mr.
와디
Aziz
어디서
Wadi.
들어본 적이
Do you know
있는
if
것
he's here?
같은.
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore.
오.
But I suppose this is okay.
누가 절 감시하는 것 같아서 바꿀게요. 분수의 한자 흰토끼 조각상을 앨리스는 분수의 한자 흰토끼 조각상을 바라보았습니다. 근데 갑자기 토끼가 껑충 뛰어서 사라지는 거 아니겠어요? 앨리스를 따라가 볼까요? 갑자기 동화를 쓰고 있네. 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리를 건너 앨리스는 두 남자, 그러니까 흰색 분수 쪽으로 가라는 거야. 다리를 건넌 앨리스는 두 남자를 만났습니다. 자기 모자가 더 높다고 싸웠죠. 한 번에 가기 힘든데 일단 가져가서 보자. 흰색 토끼 쪽으로.
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see.
그냥 길 찾아가라는 거 아닐까?
Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
진짜 아무것도 안 하네 근데 이 새끼. 흰색 토끼를 통해서 가요. 그러니까 절로. 여기로 가서 다리를 건너라고 했잖나. 잠시만. 좁은 골목길을 지나 다리를 건너 앨리스는 두 남자를 만났다. 자기 모자가 덥다고 싸웠다. 좁은 골목길이라는 게 여기를 지나야 되나? 다리를 건넜다. 이게 맞나? 길 찾기 좀 귀찮네. 이거 맞아? 이게 3명이잖아 얘네. 심지어. 아니. 좁은 골목을 지나 작은 광장. 고양이가 차를 마시고 있었다. 고양이 차 마실래? 이가 아닌 것 같은 느낌. 어이씨. 일단 get back. get back, get back. 작은 광장은 여기가 아니고 저 앞쪽 아니었을까? 오 맘마미야 이런 느낌인데 약간. 오 맘마미야. 이상하다. 난 왜 모르겠지. 여기 왔던 데잖아. 아닌가? 그러니까 그 레칫 죽은 그 친구를 만나기로 한 녀석이 어딘지를 찾고 있는 거야. 부드 끝자락. 어? 뭔 소리야 이게? 모은 숫자? 그게 뭔 말이야? 개빡추. 그러니까 우리가 C에서 O로 왔어요. 좁은 골목. 일단 5로 가볼까? 우리 그래 보도록 할까? 뒤에 있는 곳으로 들어가서 앞으로 가서 오른쪽. 여기에요. 그러니까 우리가 여기서 왔잖아. 뭐지? 이 흰 토끼가 뛰어갔대. 2네? 숫자가 써져 있네. 수염 뭔데?
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
이 흰 토끼가 뛰어가 골목을. 일단은 숫자 2. 다리를 건넌 앨리스? 다리가 나올 때까지 일단 가야 되나? 그러면? 일단은 이 다리를 건넌다. 얘넨가? 남자 둘이? 숫자 써져 있는 거 아니야, 이런데? 두 남자가 싸우고 있는 곳이 없는데. 니들 뭐 하세요, 여기서? 아, 길을 너무 왜 이딴 식으로 해놨을까? 좀 아쉽네, 이 부분은. 아니면 문만 찾고 힌트 써가지고 넘겨버릴까? 아니 자기 모자가 더 크다고 싸우고 있는 남자 2명을 못 찾겠어. 이거 어디야? 이거 어디냐? 여긴 어디지? 원래? 고르곤이 그려진 문이 있다고 그랬었거든? 무드의 끝자락. 무드의 끝자락에 고르곤 문이 있다. 저쪽 끝이 아닐까? 아, 비켜봐요. 맨 처음이 사였나? 잠만. 자, 힌토끼 뭐였지? 사땡땡구? 사땡땡구면은 열받네. 발로 뛴다. 너무 힘들다. 숫자 같은 거 안 보이나? 뭐 병종 얘기 있고 싸운 2명 얘기 있고 하는데 여기서 오른쪽. 사가 아니고 이네요. 이땡땡구. 근데 뭐 좁은 골목을 지나서 다리를 건넜다고 그랬는데 여기가 아니고 그럼 저 안쪽이라는 건데 이걸 모르겠어요. 숫자 하나만 뭐 좀 나오면 안 되나? 하나만 나오면은 대충 찍어 맞출 수 있는데. 이땡땡구. 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 숫자 좀요. 숫자 없죠 여긴? 고미야미는 의미가 없고 뭐 차 마시는 고양이 얘기도 있었는데 혹시 너니? 차 마시는 고양이. 여기는 처음 부분이잖아. 여기가 아닌데? 아, 숫자 하나만 더 찾으면 하나만. 땡땡구. 여기는 길이 아니긴 하거든요. 고양이. 아이씨. 넓은 광장. 병정들이 지내는 막사. 그러면 넓은 광장을 그냥 찾아버리자. 넓은 광장이 Q나 P. QPR? O? 근데 O는 토끼 있던 데고. RQ? RQ? 일단 여기 찾아보자. 병정들의 막사? (6) 2땡69 2땡69 그러면 됐다. 밑에 트럼프 카드 있어가지고 확실히 알았다. 트럼프 카드 트럼프 병정이잖아. 하나는 찍자. 2땡69.
Come on, Joanna. That's a rookie mistake.
근데 왜 5글자야? 에이. 설마 2땡69? 안돼. 이런 하나만 더 찾자. 2땡땡69. 일단 트럼프 막사 있던 그쪽으로 가고. 비켜이. 2땡땡69. 고양이를 따라왔더니 여기가 나왔다고 했거든. 작은 광장에서 대략 요 뒤에는 I 쪽이 아닐까요? 숫자는 안 써져 있고. 여기도 작은 광장이거든? 아닌가? 이 정도면 큰가? 작은 광장에서 골목을 지나. 고양이. 여기 고양이 있나? 차 마시는 고양이? 없는 듯? 아니면 여기에서 다리 건너가지고 저 G랑 F 쪽으로 가볼까? 아니면 I 위쪽으로? R. 땡땡육. 고양이가 좀 많은 곳은 없나? 고양이가 약간 줄처럼 이렇게 쭉쭉쭉 돼 있으면은 그게 고양이를 따라간다는 말이 되잖아. 어우 빡쳐. 고양이. 다리랄 게 5에서 출발해서 다리를 건넌다는 게 뒤쪽 흰토끼를 따라 걸으라고. 이걸. 이게 아니고 큐 쪽에 있는 다리일까? 아이 참 진짜 왜 이렇게 만들었지? 알 수 없고. 모자를 들고 싸우고 있었다. 아 비켜. 여기는 다른 쪽인가? 다른 부두로 가는 거. 저 뭐하냐? 얘네가 싸우고 있는 그 남자는 아니겠지? 어우 답답해. 어우 복창 터져. 뭔 짓인지 모르겠네 이거. 좀 직관적인 퍼즐을 내주지. 갑자기 뜬금없이 이런 거 하지 말고. 뭐야 여기? 고양이. 답답해. 99자리를 다 일일이 쳐보는 건 말이 안 되는데. 저 N 쪽으로 가볼까? N 쪽은 아예 안 가봤는데. 가보자. 저 웃어? 저거를 안 열면 안 뚫리네, 저 안쪽은. 아니 그릇 하는 거는 보면요, 내가 지금 다리들을 다 가봤는데 그쪽에 왜 숫자가 안 써져 있는 거냐고요 도대체. 아이씨 그냥 99 다 하자. 귀찮다 귀찮아. 다시 가기 귀찮아 죽겠다. 이 땡땡 69야.
I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong.
와 근데 겁내 오래 걸리네.
No, I did something wrong.
찾아볼까? 잠시만. 안 나와. 게임 유명한 게임이 아니라서. 아 짜증나. 아니 너무 느려. 유튜브에 한번 찾아볼까? 없어. 게임 영상은 없어. 아니 이게 외길로 돼 있으면 모르겠는데 길이 너무 많아요. 그러니까 이거 왜 사야? 이 땡사 69인가? 이 땡사 69?
No, Joanna. That doesn't track. I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong.
이거면 할만하지?
Come on, Joanna. That's a rookie mistake. No. No. No, this isn't it. Think.
2646.
No.
이상하다.
No, this isn't it. Think.
거지 같은 거. 이건 좀 에바였어, 솔직히. 과했죠? 솔직히 말해서. 오잉?
Hey, you.
Hey you.
I can't lose them.
갑자기 역동적이다. 떼구르르. 아, 뭔가 좀 웃겨 게임이 갑자기 이상하다. 분명 갓게임이었는데 게임이 분명 갓게임이었다니깐요. 됐다.
Move over.
비켜. 아이씨. 너 어떻게 알아?
Too many! Too many masks! The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
조졌.
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back. But it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for
넌 진짜 아무것도 안 했잖아.
already dead.
아이고.
I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what
근데 이거 왜 빨리 안 끝날 것 같죠? 느낌이. 아이씨 배 아픈데. 돈.
A pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity? There must be several tens of thousands of dollars in this bag. The victim was stabbed. Apparently the method of choice in this case.
사람이 죽어 있고요. 열쇠고리.
A bunch of keys. If, as seems likely, Mr. Wadi is a resident of Geneva, then one of these may belong to his home
집
there.
열쇠. 이건 또 뭐야? 아 스위스 그거 여권.
Mr. Wadi's Swiss passport. I'll see if I can find a match on the internet to confirm his identity.
아지즈 와디 와디 스위스 뭐 제네바니까? 오
My little gray cells did not let me down.
거기에다가
Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Wadi was obviously planning to leave this city.
끝. 뭐 벽을 넘다가 뭘 떨어뜨렸느니 뭐니 이랬는데 그냥 요건가? 여기서 나와서 오른쪽으로 가서 왼쪽으로 가서 저 벽을 넘었잖아? 뭐다? 뭐냐 이게? 여권. 어이. 어?
A false passport with Ratchet's picture. Clark, Ratchet. How many others? Now he will become Enrico Galdo. It appears Ratchet changed his identity as often as his socks.
일단 오케이. 어? 암스트롱 사건의 몸값?
This appears to be a good lead.
지금 큰 돈 관련된 건 암스트롱 사건밖에 없죠. 애초에.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch the suspect, Mr. Poirot.
There is no need to apologize, mademoiselle.
이거 왠지
Your
아직 많이 남은 것
efforts were
같으니까 이번
marvelous.
챕터까지만
I
하고
found some
일단
information
끕시다.
about Mr. Waddy.
Did you access the FBI database?
Don't worry, my little gray cells were enough. However, the database may confirm the origin of these banknotes.
No need. I included them when I continued my investigation.
중심 좋아.
Excellent.
이 돈이 암스 뭐야? NA2로 NA2로 어이? (250) 2037 여기 있다.
The detective gets it right.
그리고 다 215네요. NA2로. (2527) 2518
Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all. That is
Yes.
a great detective job.
Mr. Poirot, it's part of the ransom money from the Armstrong case.
You are surprised?
I suppose not. So Ratchet had it in an account at the
그러게.
Banque du Lac.
It would seem so. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced, and he could not spend it, so he stashed it there.
But now he's run low, something he didn't count on. He hopes enough time has passed so he can begin to spend the ransom money.
아,
There is something else he didn't count on.
What's that?
시간 많이
He didn't
지났으니까 이제
count
쓰려고.
on you, Detective Locke, and your tenacity.
Thank you. But we are still left with a murderer on the loose.
But we progress. We know Mr. Waddy had an appointment with Ratchet. He had a bag full of money and a passport with Ratchet's
그러니까
photo,
이름이 달라.
but a new name. What is your opinion about the passport?
I discovered that he was
그렇겠지?
arrested in Armenia
진짜
for
신분을
trafficking
이제
in
와서
stolen
겨우
art.
이제
And was
와서
supposed to
밝힐
be
리가
arraigned
없고
in January.
가짜
Once
신분을
again,
또 한
he
번 더.
changed his identity and vanished.
You are correct, mademoiselle. He also told me that he was threatened, and that threatening letter we found in his room was real. He had to disappear once again.
Maybe the killer didn't take the money because we interrupted him.
Perhaps, but the bag is not very
아,
big.
그러면
He
돈이
could
동기가
have
아니었다.
easily escaped with it.
레치스
I do not
싫어하는
think
사람이
he was
또 있었나 보네.
interested in the money.
If the motive isn't money, then what?
It suggests a new motive altogether. Perhaps passion or revenge.
Revenge seems like an
원한이겠지?
obvious motive to me. The
사건들이
murderer
너무
carefully followed Waddy from the fountain to the
그러니까.
new meeting place despite Waddy's precautions. That is cold and careful.
Excellent. We cannot yet know for certain, but that is a sound psychological analysis. We have an idea of the motive. It is the same motive as that of our 12 would-be murderers on the train.
끝장을
But
보려는 사람이 한
we
명 더 있나
still
보네.
must know who was under that mask.
I think Waddy's killer is also Ratchet's murderer. The motive for both deaths was revenge, and both are related to the Armstrong case through the ransom money.
Exactly. So our murderer is linked to the Armstrong case. The money is linked to the Armstrong case. But these glasses that I found in the
그러니까
bag, they must have
여자
something to do with this case.
여자가
too.
범인인가?
Wait, those glasses mean something to me.
수잔모로?
Wait, I know. I've seen these. They belong
걔
to
안경집에
Susan
안경이
Moreau,
없어졌잖아.
little Daisy's nurse. I remember seeing them in her bedroom, but they were gone the day she died.
I remember the press saying that the nurse had
사실 안
committed
죽었다?
suicide.
설마.
I've always believed otherwise, and the glasses are
아니면
proof that she was
그치.
killed by Ratchet or his accomplice. He took those glasses. I always had a gut feeling, but now, Mr. Poirot, now I have proof Suzanne was innocent.
Yes, you do. But the question I ask myself is this. Why did Ratchet keep these
그러게.
glasses?
왜? 가짜 증거.
Ratchet used to leave fake evidence at the scene of his crimes to incriminate others.
끝날 기미가?
He did
그러니까
the
나도 지금
same
배 아파
thing to frame
죽겠어.
Suzanne.
화장실 가서.
Possibly. But keeping an object belonging to his victim as a souvenir of the murder, that is the behavior of a fetishist.
Now that you mention it, in my investigation at the time, I had already found
맞아.
Daisy's haircut in Ratchet's cabin.
그러면
And now we find
그냥
Suzanne's glasses
전리품이네.
in a bag for Ratchet.
2 objects from 2 victims of Ratchet.
야, 굉장한 놈이지.
He is a trophy hunter.
Okay, we managed to clear up some of the gray areas. What now?
The bag only contained a fraction of the $1 million ransom of the Armstrong case. The
수만
rest
달러가 될
must
거랬죠.
still be in a secure place. I will make a wager with you that it is the Banque du Lac in Geneva where Mr. Wadi worked.
Wadi was also the keeper of Ratchet's secrets. They were killed by the same murderer.
Agreed. Well, there is nothing more we can do here except wait for
끝나나?
the police. Prepare
이번 챕터
yourself
끝나나?
for a long evening with the police. We have a lot of explaining to do.
And after that?
쫓아야 돼?
A visit to Geneva, perhaps?
아, 챕터 9 끝. 야, 사람 살려. 배 아파 죽겠어.
Here you are at last. I was worried about you.
We just left the police station. We had to explain to the Italian police that we were not murderers.
What? Another murder?
I'll tell you when we're underway. Are all passengers and staff aboard?
빨리.
Yes, everyone is here. We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Let's not waste any more time. We have to make a longer than usual stop in Lausanne.
What? How long?
Long enough to do a little banking in Geneva.
저장이 안 돼. 저장이 안 돼. 저장이 안 돼. 사람 살려.
But this is madness. A 13th murderer of Ratchet?
어림도
Mon
없다.
ami, he was not well liked.
But Monsieur Michel would have seen anyone enter Ratchet's compartment. And there were another 10 people milling about, taking their turn at stabbing him. How
그러니까
could they
12명이
not notice an uninvited killer?
그쵸? 한 3일 지났을 겁니다.
The 13th killer could have acted when Michel was smoking on the platform at
아,
Vinkovsky.
첫 번째 가설에
Even
그런
after
느낌으로
the train
레전드네.
departed, Michel was absent from his post at the end of the corridor several times the night of the murder. I must know where he really was and when.
열차에 있을까요? 아니요라고 해볼까?
Poirot, stay focused. We have
아,
evidence that he
기차에
is
있다?
still on the train.
Yes, he most certainly returned to the train.
How can you be sure?
It's obvious. I mean, I hope Mr. Poirot agrees.
Please continue, Detective Locke.
아니요, 계속하지 마세요.
All the passengers and crew are still aboard. If the killer of Mr. Wadi had remained in Venice, we would have noticed right away that someone was missing, and we could have alerted the authorities.
I promise you, I made certain everyone was aboard before we embarked.
Book, calm yourself.
편하게 말씀하세요.
But we're back where we started. There is still another murderer on my train. Wait a moment. Can I change my mind about my verdict? Can we turn everyone over
그냥
to the police?
편해지자.
Everyone? Including ourselves?
What? No. No. Oh, it's a nightmare.
Let us take it step by step, my friend. We can start by eliminating all of the members of the Ratchet jury.
그치. 일단 배심원단들 다 제외를 해보면 이렇게죠.
That's the right answer.
If we eliminate the 12 jurors, we are left with 7
일곱 명 중에
additional
있다.
suspects.
7? It's still too many.
I agree. We must reduce.
제발 조사하러 간다 그래. 제발.
It's as if
푸아르
I'm
빨리
guilty of
조사하러 간다
traitor's
그래. 빨리
counts.
조사하러
Can
가,
you
이 새끼야,
exonerate
빨리.
any of the seven?
아니, 그건 지금부터 조사해봐야지.
Adequate. Book worked hard
맞아,
to get me
얘는 아니야.
aboard the train.
두 배로 화가 난 거. 그러면 좋겠다 그냥.
Yes. Mademoiselle Locke cannot be a suspect. She
그치?
pursued Mr. Waddy's murderer. I must admit I'm
아닌가
not
봐.
right
얘도
this
아니네.
time. It was Good
그치,
job.
13번째 자상이 있다고 얘가 말했으니까.
Dr. Constantine alerted me to the 13th.
굳이 얘기를 할 리가 없죠.
He is not a suspect. That's the right answer.
우리
I
4명
have
빼고
four
3명이네.
suspects left
아니,
who I must now
3명
examine
빼고.
more
에?
closely. Miss Nielsen,
아, 난
Monsieur
당연히 뺀
Monsieur
거고.
Fauché, and Countess Andrény.
One of my employees? Suspicious?
근데 어쩌면
All
백작
three
부인도
got off the
찔렀을지도.
train in Venice
남편만
to
죄짓게 할 수
restock
없어
supplies.
이러면서.
Any one of them
그랬을
might
수도
have
있고.
slipped away without being noticed.
I suppose. But what of Countess Andreny? You cleared her yourself.
She is cleared of the first
그렇지.
murder, but we know little of her movements here in Venice. So we still have 4 suspects to interview.
아, 면담.
Detective Locke.
가자,
Can't join
면담하러.
you, Poirot. My chief saw something on the news about the case and my involvement. He's
아, 그래?
demanding an explanation. If I want to keep my badge, I have to call him.
그럼
Then
그렇지,
you must
주인공이야지.
do so by
바로가.
all means.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I understand.
I'll make the call for my compartment. If you're looking for me,
아,
I'll be there.
물론 아무렴 빨리 나가. 직장은 어쩔 수 없지, 경찰이거든.
I hate to say this, Poirot,
아니,
but
말하지
I
마. 다음에 하면
must.
돼.
There is, of course,
오?
one other suspect with a
그걸 왜
motive
지금
for
말해, 이
murder.
새끼야,
The
지금.
ransom money.
You mean Detective Locke? Then who did she chase? Who killed Aziz? We both
전-
saw the masked murderer standing over the body.
부크 컷. 부크의 헛소리 컷. 자, 재밌었습니다. 굉장히 재밌었고. 결국 엔딩을 못 봤네요. 너무 아쉽게도. 너무 아쉽게도. 아마 이제 수요일인가요? 방송? 수요일 방송할 때는 확실하게 엔딩을 볼 수 있을 겁니다. 확실하게. 재밌었고. 확실하게 엔딩을 봅시다. 아, 근데 그냥 아예 12명 딱 그 사건 거기서 끝났어도 좋지 않았을까? 라고 생각이 들어. 어쩌면 이거는 오리지널에는 없는 에필로그 미션이지 않을까? 라는 생각도 좀 들고. 오리지널은 딱 거기서 끝났을 것 같은 느낌이. 아무튼 재밌었습니다.